Okay, well, we'll see if this works. So because I'm not using any slides today, my plan is to record the entire session. You will be able to download that. God knows, I hope it's not too big. You'll be able to download that in theory. I also will have a shell transcript, so I should probably start by that. That would be a good first thing to run, I guess. And this is something you can do yourself when you're playing around in the shell. Just run start-transcript, transcript, give it a file name, and it'll record every single command you enter and its output. So don't spend a lot of time here in class trying to jot down the syntax I'm giving you, because it's going to be in that file. How many of you were in my crash course earlier? Great, not too many. You're going to see a couple of repeated little things. I like to do the Lego trick. That's a lot of fun, so we'll do that again. But sort of the moral is I tend to go fast in these things, and my goal is to not give you time to copy things down, because that time is time I could be spent giving you more stuff. So we're going to try and kind of turn on the fire hose of info and keep it coming, and you can rely on that. Anything I do in the PowerShell ISE, sort of the script editor, I'll save as a script if it's important, and I'll bundle that up and you'll be able to download every single bit of it. In terms of those downloads, feel free to share them within your organization. If you want to repackage them together and give a little presentation on what you learned in Las Vegas, just to prove you actually weren't gambling the whole time, feel free. The only thing I ask is that you not repost any of it on the internet yourself. Just direct people back to the web page, just because this is how I earn most of my living. So kind of keeping it controlled that way, make sure I can still do that. So I appreciate that. Let's start off with just a wee bit of background on why PowerShell exists and why this might be a good thing for you to invest in. How many of you have some VB script in your background? Okay, good, just about everybody. How many of you have run a command line utility before? Good. Was looking for 100% feedback on that one, so I'm happy about that, because that's pretty much what Windows PowerShell is a command line tool. For those of you who did do the VB script world, let me kind of tell you what that world looks like these days. VB script is going to continue to be included in the Windows operating system for at least the next major rev. After that, it may turn into an optional feature that you have to turn on. And after that, it might go away. The feature is officially deprecated, which means Microsoft product teams are no longer allowed to take dependencies on it. The Microsoft product teams already have taken a lot of dependencies, and so all those teams now have to have on their roadmap when those dependencies come away. In other words, Microsoft is actively on the path to not using VB script anymore. PowerShell is the way forward. PowerShell does functionally replace VB script in that anything you could do with VB script, you can do with PowerShell. And in some cases, it looks absolutely 100% identical to what you did in VB script. Generally speaking, PowerShell will offer an easier, more efficient, more task-oriented way of doing it. And as we go forward and go on in time, that situation gets a little bit better. So VB script, dead, or at least, wheezing heavily, and not doing well medically.
So is that like the next server OS may not support it?
The next server OS should still have it. It could be an optional feature. I think it's more likely that V+2 will make it an optional feature. I think vNext will still install it by default. I mean, how many of you have hard production dependencies on VB script? Right, and Microsoft doesn't want to get you any more ticked off than they probably already do. So they're going to leave it there for a little while. But you do need to actively be looking at ending those dependencies and moving on. How long do we get between major versions of Windows now? 20 years, something like that. So, right. It's like Star Trek movies, only the even-numbered ones are the ones you really want. Some of the guys in the room may be able to retire before that happens. Most of us will probably be living in a world where VB script doesn't come on our servers anymore. So just be aware of that. PowerShell, to you, is a command line tool. PowerShell comes with over 400 command line utilities that are designed to do various things. And every single major Microsoft product at this point adds hundreds, in some cases, of additional commands. Anybody use SharePoint? So SharePoint 2010 adds about 730 odd commands. Exchange adds several hundred. SQL Server adds 2. I'm sure that'll improve over time. So the deal is that for us, PowerShell is a command line tool, and we can certainly write scripts and stuff to automate, I like to call them batch files, but we can write those things to automate longer, more complicated processes. PowerShell is not a scripting language. It does, however, contain a scripting language, and that's really important. PowerShell is not a direct plug-in replacement for VBScript. VBScript was just a programming language. PowerShell does contain that functionality, but that is not all of what it is. We are primarily going to be using it as a command shell, not as a programming language. Most administrators are a lot more comfortable running command line utilities than large programming constructs, and so it's a little bit of a faster way to get to the endpoint. Now, Microsoft internally does not see PowerShell that way, though. Microsoft sees PowerShell as a new way to create administrative functionality. Going forward, the way Microsoft products have to be written is all of the admin stuff gets written in PowerShell first. Then they can build a GUI that sits on top of that. So Exchange 2007, Exchange 2010, when you go in and start going through the wizards and clicking buttons, it's really just running PowerShell commands under the hood. And in most cases, there's a button to show you the PowerShell command that it's going to run under the hood. Anybody play with the new Active Directory Management console in R2? It's the same deal. It all runs PowerShell under the hood. So that's the way forward. The way forward is that the GUI does not have to surface 100% of the admin functionality. It all has to be in PowerShell. Perfect example, this new recycle bin in R2. To turn that on and pretty much to operate it, you have to run PowerShell commands. There's no GUI for the recycle bin, which kind of makes you think it shouldn't have been called a recycle bin because there's no actual recycle bin, but that's what they called it. You do have to run a PowerShell command to turn that thing on, and you are primarily going to use PowerShell commands to restore objects, but there's no user interface. And that's the world going forward. The common everyday stuff is going to be surfaced in a GUI because less experienced people need to get to the common everyday stuff. You'll always be able to use a GUI to create a new user in AD because that's kind of a common thing, right? But the things you don't do frequently are more and more going to become command line only. So in terms of investment, here's the message you can take back. How many of you work in an environment where you've got some people who you think probably should learn PowerShell, but they're really kind of resistant? Yeah, we all have that. Here's the deal. Cisco, AS400, VMS, Unix, Linux, VAX, every single major bit of the entire IT universe is administered from the command line, and the cheap guys use a GUI to do the common everyday stuff. You get this huge bifurcation. There's no tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. There's, I know how to use the GUI and I get paid $30,000 a year, and I know how to use the command line and I get paid $90,000 a year. And that's how it tends to separate out, and Windows is headed straight that direction now because that's what businesses want to see. So if you've got some folks in your environment who are a little bit hesitant or resistant to learning PowerShell, the key phrase that they're going to want to learn is, would you like fries with that? Because that is the level they're going to be operating at if they don't embrace the command line. You, however, have prepared to embrace it. So here's a bit about what we're going to do today. I'm going to start walking you through some of the patterns and practices for PowerShell. PowerShell has its own way of working. The more you understand that way of working, the less you need to take more training later. How many of you are looking for, well, actually you tell me, what are you hoping to do with PowerShell? What are you hoping to administer?
Customizing our MDT and the deployment environment.
Okay, so when you're doing your deployment tools, excellent, which is very PowerShell. Anybody looking to maybe automate some Active Directory stuff? Yeah? SharePoint, anybody? Exchange? Yeah, okay. I'm not going to show you much of those things. We're going to focus on Active Directory because the Active Directory commands are actually a great set of learning tools to learn these core patterns and practices. So that's what today's entire thing is about. It's about learning how to use the shell for what the shell is. Learning how to plug in a new Microsoft product, whatever it might be called, and figure out how to use it without having to go spend hours on Google or to buy a new book or to go attend a new class. So, you know, the old analogy is, I'm not going to feed you fish, I'm going to teach you to fish. So that's what we're here today for. This is going to be a bit of a fire hose. I'm going to move through a lot of information really quickly. I do not anticipate that you will embrace and internalize most of this. That's not the goal. The goal is for me to show you where it sits, where it lives within the shell, where you can educate yourself about it, so that you can go home and you'll at least know what's in here and you'll know the basics, and then you can spend time kind of internalizing it as you need it. How many of you find that you learn stuff like this better when you've got a reason to use it? Yeah, exactly. So I just want to get you started. I want to show you what's here, show you where you're going to find it, so that you can go home and when the next project comes up, you can dive in. Here's the deal. You're going to get stuck. You'll have forgotten some key bit that I pointed out, or I will have not done the best possible job of explaining it, and you're going to get a little stuck. So here's a URL, and you can write this one down too. Connect, C-O-N-N-E-C-T, .concentratedtech.com. I'll even type it down. I have to get my fingers limbered up anyway here. Connect.concentratedtech.com. It's an online forum. It's only for folks who have been in my classes before. You will have to register. When it asks where you saw me, put connections 2010, right? Still 2010? Put connections 2010. That'll get you in. You'll be approved usually within a few minutes. And then you can ask a question. So the moral is, go home, get stuck, and then ask the question, get unstuck, and move on, and then you'll start accomplishing stuff. You have to get stuck, though, and make those errors. And let me show you the main thing I hate about PowerShell. I didn't ever do well in English class, and I would always get my essays marked back in that color. And I'm really sensitive about that color now. In fact, I put up a blog post not long ago about how to change that to green, just because it helps me. And it can be intimidating, right? You know, you sit down at the computer and heaven help. How many of you work in sort of an open plan office environment? You know, those are the worst because then everybody else sees all the red text too, right? It's like showing your D essay around to the rest of the class. So the bottom line is kind of don't let that spook you. How many of you have kids? How many of you have told your children not to touch the hot pot when it's on the stove? How many did it anyway? How many will never do that again? Right, we learn by making mistakes. So in a lot of ways, you can regard that as a good thing. If you can take the time to sort of look at it and figure out why you got stuck and move on. And so that's what I want you to do is go home, find a project, get stuck, ask the question, get unstuck, and then you'll never have to make that particular mistake again. So that's where Microsoft comes from with the shell. Let's talk about what the shell is, how it works. It's a command line utility. How do I get a list of files and folders? LS, you know? You're fired. LS, okay. You can type dir as well. It's fine. How would I change into the program files folder? CD. There is tab completion, so if you hit tab, it'll finish it for you. You'll notice that because program files has a space in it, PowerShell does what? Uses quotes. It uses single quotes. Now, in terms of enclosing these things, PowerShell is fine using single quotes or double quotes. Double quotes have a particular feature to them. And kind of the best practice that's evolved in the PowerShell world is to use single quotes unless you explicitly need that special feature of double quotes. So we will talk about that. I am really doing my level best to use single quotes all of the time. I still have to switch back and forth with VB script though. And so you will see me type double quotes from time to time. And it's not a bad thing. You're not going to go to hell for doing that. It's just try to use single quotes when you can. So the shell uses that by default. What does that tell us, though, about the space? The fact that I had to put that in quotation marks means that the space must be doing something under normal circumstances. Like if I didn't put this in quotation marks, what will happen if I hit enter? I get some of that red text. And it's telling me a positional parameter cannot be found that accepts argument files. So it treats that space as a separator. In fact, that's probably the one thing that really sticks people in PowerShell at first. You're going to see when I'm typing commands, and I want to call this out now so that when we start typing really complicated commands, I am very careful with the spaces. And it's partially because spaces make it easier to read things, but it's also because PowerShell treats spaces as a special thing. They are a separator. So if you're a lazy typist and you're used to typing things like that, that actually did not work in PowerShell version 1. It works now because they put a special exception in because we're all hard-coded to type that and we can't stop ourselves. But you need to start really bending your brain around neat typing. PowerShell penalizes for style. You need to get every piece of punctuation right, and you need to get those spaces right. Heaven help us, we are going to spend a lot of time looking at punctuation today, and I'm sorry, I really am. But it's a very punctuation-sensitive shell, and there's a lot of punctuation. In fact, you'll notice here I've changed my default font. I'm not using that raster font that this shell normally starts out with. I switched it to the Consoles font, and I bumped up the font size, in part in deference to the folks in the back of the room, but in part because the difference between that and that in PowerShell is important. And when you're running the 8-point raster fine type font that lawyers would normally use, you can't see the difference between these things. So as you're using the shell, think about adjusting your font size upward into something that's a little clearer, because these punctuation things, this and that are different. And if you can't really readily make out the difference, then you run into a lot of trouble. So what's the command in command.exe to get a listing of files and folders, including all the subdirectories? dir/s. dir/s. That won't work here. PowerShell does use command line parameters like that, but that's not the command line parameter it wants to recurse subdirectories. This is the point where I see a lot of new folks immediately go to their web browser and pull up what website? Google. Yeah. Google's awesome, but if you're on Google, you've already gone a step too far. Ask PowerShell for help. Help dir. Every single command in PowerShell shipped by Microsoft, not necessarily third parties, but shipped by Microsoft, has to have a detailed help section. And so I not only want you to type help, I want you to type help, whatever the command is, and -full. Look at the full, complete help because it includes examples and an incredible amount of detail. I mean, the documentation that's been bundled into this is just unheard of from Microsoft. Now, for those of you from the Unix world, you might not be comfortable typing help. You might want to just say, hey, I'm a man and we don't ask for help, and you'll get the help. So you'll notice a couple of things here. The name of this command is not actually dir. What's the name of the command for real? Get child item. And what would be the parameter to recurse subdirectories? -recurse. Two really consistent things in PowerShell that I want you to kind of embrace right now. Actually, you know what? Let me tell you why first. How many of you remember the first time you opened Active Directory users and computers? What version of Windows was it? Was it 2000 that you went back to, or anybody just jumping in at 2003? So same basic console. When you first opened that for the first time, what was the first thing you did? Took a shot of vodka. Expanded the list. You hit the little plus symbol to see what was there. Did you maybe right-click something? See what you could do? Maybe hover over some of the toolbar buttons and see what tooltips popped up? Those are all called discoverability activities, and they're one of the reasons that a graphical user interface is an effective way to manage technology for people who don't really know how to manage that technology yet, because it helps you figure out what you can do. You can right-click things and non-destructively see, oh, I would go here to add it. Probably nobody had to show you how to create a new user, did they? You just kind of fussed around until you ran across the new user option. Well, we don't have that here. There are no tooltips, there's no right-clicking, there's no tree views to be expanded. So instead, what we've got is consistency. That command name is a really good example of that kind of consistency. Let's look at some of the rest of the commands that PowerShell has. Get-command. Anybody ever pipe things to more? So, not surprised there? Okay, I just want a little paginated display here. Look at these ones that are commandlets. Enable-AD account, enable PS session, enter PS session, get module, get process. There's a consistent naming convention for PowerShell commands. The first part is a verb, and there's a limited set of verbs that Microsoft is allowed to use. There's about 30 of them, and probably about 10 of those you're going to use most of the time. It's not retrieve, it's not list, it's get, always. Then there's a hyphen, and then a singular noun. How many processes do you think are running on a computer? If it's Windows Server, by default, maybe 100 or so. If it's Vista, probably 3 billion. But it's a singular noun. It's about halfway up the screen there, get-process. It's not get-processes, always a singular noun. And the reason for that is in the English language, we don't have a consistent way of pluralizing things. Sometimes you add an S, sometimes it's an ES, sometimes it's a silent Q. So it's always a singular noun. The reason this is a discoverability feature is this. If I asked you to tell me what the command is to retrieve event log entries, what would that command be? Get event log is a good guess. How about retrieving Exchange mailboxes? Get mailbox. What if I wanted to get a SharePoint site? Get site, get website, get SharePoint site. It might be one of those things. The point is, you don't have to know up front. You don't have to be able to guess the exact command. You just have to be able to get close. So if I wanted to guess that the command for retrieving user accounts would be get-user, all right, so let's get-command, verb get, noun, star, user, star. Wildcards, almost like simple searching. I get AD user and get AD user resultant password, blah, blah. They're not afraid of using long command names. How many of you have some Unix or Linux in your background? Typing long command names is against the law, isn't it? That's why all Unix commands are like 2 characters. Their version of this second command would probably be QX, and no one would ever know why. It's just because those are the only letter combinations that hadn't been used somewhere else. Well, PowerShell gets that too, and a command like dir is actually just a nickname or an alias to the underlying command get child item. So the command names are long, they're intended to be clear, and they're consistent so that you can more easily guess what they are and then use this little wildcard trick to see if your guess was correct or not. But when you actually start using the command and you don't want to have to type get AD user resultant, whatever the heck that is, you've got an option of using an alias. You can even create your own alias if you want to, if there's not one built in. There's also tab completion. If I type get AD user tab, it's get AD user resultant password policy. Blah. But I didn't have to type all that. If you want to see a list of all the aliases, get alias will do it for you. Everybody got all that? Just memorize that list. Here, I'll run it again. Good. Now we're good to go. You know them all. So get child item as a command actually has got 3 aliases by default. dir. What's the other one? Yeah, ls for the heretics. And then there's kind of a PowerShell version of the alias called GCI, get child item. So you'll see that for a lot of different commands. Get command has an alias called GCM. And get alias has a command called gal. G-A-L, get alias. You can create your own aliases. What would you say the command is to create a brand new alias? Could be create dash alias. Well, it kind of depends. The question there is the verb. The way I might find out is to say get command star alias star. So what's the command to create a new alias? New dash alias. That's a learning point. The verb to make new things is new, not create. So what's the command to launch a new process? New process. It's actually difficult to talk about it without telling you the answer. And that's the idea. So let's talk about new alias. New dash alias. What do I need to type now to create a new alias? Do I type the alias name first? Do I type the command first? We should ask for help. Help new dash alias. Help is the second big discovery thing. So there are actually three big discovery features in PowerShell. Get command is the first one. In fact, if you leave here with nothing today but the three ways to discover how to do stuff in PowerShell, then that's good. So the first one, the first thing you must leave with is get command. And we're going to use it a lot. The second one is help. How many of you have ever uttered the phrase RTFM to someone you work with? And the rest of you are liars. If you're not willing to read the help, even in secret, then you're not going to do well with the shell. I'll tell you that right now. You should just give up on it. Go to Dan's masterclass in Windows next door, because the help is where all the good stuff. So we're actually going to spend some time talking about the good stuff in the help file as we go through the course today, because this help file has got all the secrets in it. And once you learn the secrets, you're going to be the PowerShell master. So we will teach you how to interpret these hieroglyphics up here. Incidentally, I don't know if anybody knows, I co-authored a book called Windows PowerShell TFM, which is the FM that everyone keeps telling you to R. It's a total in-joke, and the Europeans don't get it because they don't use that phrase over there, which didn't come up until we went over there for the first time. And I'm like, oh, yeah, well, that makes sense. So when I run new alias here, the first parameter I need to give it is what? Dash name, which is the name of the alias. And then the value, dash value, is the command that I want the alias to point to. So let's talk about a couple of these bits here. Take a look at the description parameter. What is it surrounded in? Square brackets. PowerShell uses a slightly different syntax or notation in the help file than what it actually uses in the shell. In a help file, when you're reading the docs, what do square brackets typically indicate? Something that's optional. This tells me that I can run the new alias command without providing the description parameter at all. Either it's not necessary, or it has a default value, or something else. I don't need to run it at all. Dash name, I have to provide. And what type of information does it want? A string. That's what the angle brackets tell me. It's the type of information it desires. So the fact that the entire parameter is not in square brackets means it's mandatory. I have to provide that value. But I do not have to actually type dash name. The parameter name itself is optional. What position is it in? It's the first. So long as I provide a value for the name in the first position, I don't need to type the parameter name. If you don't like having to remember the specific order of things, you can put them in any order you want to by just providing their dash parameter name. What sits in between the parameter name and its value? A space. Not a colon. It's not an equal sign. It's a space. That is the convention for PowerShell parameters. Dash, parameter name, space, value. Dash name, space, value. Dash name, space, value. Let's all say that together. Dash name, space, value. Not a colon, not an equal sign. Seems silly, but over the years, we've gotten command line utilities that have been incredibly inconsistent about that, right? I mean, how many times have you had to look at the /? Help on a command just to remember if it was a colon or an equal sign or a capital Q Well, the idea is to try and keep it consistent in PowerShell. Now, these parameter names are fairly long. Dash description is a lot of typing. But when you look at a parameter like dash description, do you have a lot of confusion about what that does? Pretty clear, right? So there's a benefit to having these nice long parameter names. Even if you choose to type the parameter names instead of specifying things by position, and with dash description, you'll notice that the word description is not in square brackets. So if I want to use the description parameter, I have to type the parameter name. You don't have to type the whole thing. You only have to type enough of the parameter name for PowerShell to know what the heck you're talking about. So let's just look here real quick. Description starts with a D. Do you see any other parameters that start with a D? Name, value, description, private, nope. So if you wanted to provide the description parameter, all you have to do is type -D. That's it. Nope, you don't. Well, you can hit tab for tab completion if you want to spell the whole thing out. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you know what? If you're just here at the command line and nobody's really watching you, new alias, D goes to get child item, -D, whatever. Oops. I already have. Oh, it says that D is ambiguous. Well, no, the first D is not the problem because there's no dash in front of it. There we go. I wanted more. So now I've created an alias, D, that actually runs directory, which is shorter than ls, so I win. That's the deal. There's a shortage of keystrokes. I have been the most keystroke conservative. That was messy. So I've just created a new alias. Now, when I do this, where do you think that alias went? To the great alias heaven in the sky. It's gone. When you open a new copy of PowerShell, you are getting a brand new experience every single time. The other thing is that I just stopped that transcript I was running, which is where I was saving all the commands I was going to let you guys download. The good news is I almost never remember that, but I did this time. So I can start the transcript again, and we'll call this PowerShell master class 2.txt. So now I'm once again capturing all the commands that I type as well as their output so that you guys can download that. For those who joined us a little bit late, when we break for lunch, I'm going to put up a little rotating slide deck, and it's got the URLs that you're going to want to write down to make sure you can download all this. I'm also recording this entire session, I think, so you'll be able to download that as well. All that information will be up on that slide deck. So let's change so I can get a little bit more room. So that's 2 of our 3 big discovery methods: get command and help. If you can remember those 2 and you're willing to use them, you'll be in good shape. Let's run help get-process-full. I want you to see what's in this full help. First of all, notice that in this first section where it says syntax, I've kind of got three blocks. Everybody see that? Those are called parameter sets. I have 3 parameter sets. There are several parameters that are common between those. What are some of the shared parameters between these? Dash computer name, dash file version, all of them in fact, except for what? Name, ID, and input object. So the difference between these sets is how I'm specifying the process I want to get. I can specify it by name, by ID, or by input object. If I were to just type get-process space notepad, which of these parameter sets am I falling into? The first one, because dash name doesn't have to be used. It's a positional parameter, and it takes a string. And by putting a string in the first position, I have locked myself into that first parameter set. If I wanted to run get-process 37, and I wanted to get process ID number 37, could I do that? Could I just type get-process space 37? Who thinks no? You're all correct. And that's because the ID parameter name does not have square brackets around it. If I want to use that parameter, I have to type -ID. Have to. No way around it. So there's lots more to see here, though. As we scroll down, without touching the trackpad, you can see that it breaks down each parameter. So we can talk about the computer name parameter. Is this mandatory? Do we have to provide it? Is it required? Nope. That means it's optional. If we choose to use it, the position tells us that it's named. We cannot just provide this positionally. We have to type -computer name or some truncated version of that. It does not have a default value. It does accept pipeline input, something that we're going to play with a little bit later, and it does not accept wildcard characters. That'd be cool, though, wouldn't it? If you could do like -computer name star and it would just somehow magically know all the computers and try them all, but can't. -file version info is a switch parameter, which means it does not need a value. You just type -file or not. And if we keep going, look what's here at the bottom. Examples. So you no longer have to go to Google and find examples of how to use these commands. They're built right into the help. And some of them have a lot. Some of them have a lot. There's like 10 examples here, 9. Who do you think created this help file?
You.
No, I wish. Somebody at Microsoft, right? More importantly, a human being at Microsoft, which means, what can we assume about the help files? They contain mistakes. And they're pretty good about catching them. I mean, these things do go through a testing process, but there are mistakes. Now, Windows PowerShell is part of the core Windows operating system. How do we get updates to the core Windows operating system? Service packs and hotfixes. What are the odds that we're going to get a hotfix to correct a typo in a help file? Pretty much 0. The bar for getting a hotfix out there is fairly high. It's got to be important, functional. This isn't functional. Which means when they discover an error in the help file, pretty much the only way for them to fix it is to ship a new version of Windows, which, as we discussed, happens about every epoch. So what they've done instead is that. They've repeated all the help files up on the intertubes, and when you run help with -online, it will call up the online version of the help, which they can update quite easily because it's not part of the core Windows operating system. It's just a web page. So if you think you've found an example that doesn't work, or you think you found a typo, before you report it as a bug, look online and see if it's corrected there. If it is not, if you have found a bug in PowerShell, or if you have a suggestion about how to improve the next version of PowerShell, connect.microsoft.com. I guarantee you'll have to sign in with your Microsoft.NET Live Hotmail Passport ID thing, but they read every single suggestion and every single bug log, every single one. You can even vote on other ones that are there, and the ones that get voted higher get more attention from the team. That drives about half of their product development. Seriously. I spend a lot of time talking with the guys on the team, and they spend a lot of time talking about the 3-day meetings where they do nothing but review the past 3 months' worth of Connect bugs. So if you want to contribute to the product, that's how to do it. They're probably the only Microsoft team that spends that much time collecting feedback from their audience, so take advantage of it. The URL is connect.microsoft.com. And you'll have to search for the PowerShell program and then join it, and it's free and it's automatic. And then you'll be able to search for and log bugs. Is there a PowerShell command to update the help files? There is not yet. And the reason is because you're pulling down code into the System32 directory. And they're a little nervous about that. They're working on it. They're trying to come up with a way to securely, safely make that possible. But they just haven't done it yet. You know kind of how they are about security these days. They've had a couple of bad incidents with it, so they're really, 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 really paranoid. We're going to talk about PowerShell security probably after lunchtime too, and that'll be a good time to bring that back up. So let's actually run this command. Actually, let's run a simpler one. Get service. List of services, right? How many pieces of information are here? 3? Name, display name, status. Can we all agree that this is a table of information? What's missing? I mean, there's definitely information about services that you and I all know are there, but it's not being shown on the screen right now. So what's missing? Description? Well, display name is kind of the, no, I guess there is a separate description, isn't there? Startup like startup mode, automatic, disabled, manual, yeah? What else? What else does a service need to do when it starts up? Login name, definitely. Sorry? Process, well, these aren't processes, they're services. There would be a process ID, but that would be part of the process. The other thing that's a lot of folks will point out is dependencies. Well, here's the deal. This screen is only, 8 feet wide. So you can only fit so much information on an 8-foot wide screen. Certainly not all of it. So whenever you ask PowerShell to get something, whether you're getting users or services or processes, in its head, it gets all that information we were talking about, and it constructs this big table in its head, and then it only displays a portion of that to us. And the reason it only displays a portion is because there's no way it could fit it all, and so it has to decide there's some subset it has to show us by default. And so there's a bunch of Microsoft supplied configuration files that tell it which bits to show us by default. We can get to all of it. So the next thing you should be asking is, what other information is available? How do I find the entire table of information? And this is number 3. And it's a command called get-member. So if you take any get command, get-member will tell you the entire table of information. Remind me again, if I had wanted to make this a paginated display, what would I have done? Pipe it to more. Piping is the single most important functional thing in the shell. The pipe is everything. We don't actually do it very much in command.exe. Unix guys do it a lot more. We are going to do it almost constantly, and it's way better than what the Unix guys have ever had. They all get jealous. So instead of piping this to more to get a paginated display, I'm going to pipe it to get member because I want to see that whole table of information. And everything that is a property, whether it says alias property or note property or whatever else, so long as it says property, then it is a piece of information that I could have had displayed on the screen. So it's a potential column in the table. Does that make sense? So now let's talk about some terminology. Microsoft is the world's largest software company, right? Probably know that already. That means they have a lot of software developers, which is a fancy word for programmer. And programmers have their own little way of thinking about things and doing things, and they tend to inflict that on admins. How many of you have programmers in your shop? How many of your programmers ship you things and applications that you really wish they had not? Right. So as admins, our job is to pretty much just suck it up and deal with it. So terminology. Unfortunately, PowerShell forces us to use a little bit of developer terminology, and there's no way around it. We just have to talk about it because all the command names are built around that terminology. So I need you to learn three words. The first word is object. When I ran get service and I got these rows of information, each row is an object. That's it. Object simply means one of these rows in a table. It represents one service or one process or one file or one user one thing. Frankly, I wish we would call them things, because then the command names would be more interesting. But we didn't. They're called objects. The columns of these tables are properties. And there's lots of different kinds of properties, and the difference between them is completely irrelevant. They're all properties. It's information we could display. The other thing you'll see at the very top of the screen here is a method. That's the third word. A method is something that you can make an object do. So what are some of the things you can make a service do? Start and stop. Yeah, those are the big ones. Does anybody ever pause a service? Couple? Do you know what pausing does? Pausing means the service will stop taking new connections, but it will continue doing whatever work it's doing, and then eventually stop once it reaches sort of an it's like a safer way of stopping. How many of you ever have the patience to actually do that, though? Yeah, me neither. You do. One guy. Yeah. You're a nice guy. Your users probably like you, don't they? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that's why there's also a resume if you go up a little bit. But you'll see can pause and continue is a property, and that tells us if the service is capable of pausing and continuing. So we've got object, which means one row in the table. We've got property, which means a column in the table. And we've got method, which is something we can tell an object to do to itself. What's something you think we could make a process do to itself? Kill. Everyone always says kill instead of stop. And you know what the fun thing is? The method is kill. It's like this one little random visceral thing that's stuck into the operating system, and I just love it. What do you think you could make a user object do? Die. Don't you wish? Rename, disable, enable. Right? A lot of these methods are also verbs, and some of them come in pairs. So if you've got enable, then you probably have disable. Delete, rename, reset password probably. So these things, in a lot of instances, are executed by these methods. It's something that you can tell an object to do to itself. So let's just pretend for a second what I've been working in up till now is called the PowerShell console window, the blue window. We're going to switch over for just a second to the PowerShell ISE, the integrated scripting environment. The only difference here is that in addition to a command window, which I've got right down here, I mean, I can still type dir, the output shows up in a separate little pane, which means I really don't need all that room for the command. And I can have this sort of three-pane layout where I also get a script editor. Which is really convenient if you're typing a batch of commands all at once. Now, how many of you work in companies that have some overseas offices, perhaps? So Microsoft ran into a problem with that console window, and the problem is this. It was written in, like, 1963. And at the time, in 1963, everybody spoke English on the entire planet, apparently. Because the console window doesn't support double byte character sets. So a lot of people in Asia, for example, could not use PowerShell very effectively because it couldn't display any characters in their language. The PowerShell team tried to change that, but they found out that they're not allowed to because that console app goes back to the 1960s and it's got historical status. And so you're not allowed to paint it any other color than what it is. So they had to create this whole new console that uses TrueType fonts, mainly so that they could display foreign characters. So that's why it's here. I'm not a huge fan of it myself, but you know, you use whatever makes you happy. I want to repeat a little exercise that I did Wednesday, though, because it's a lot of fun. If you volunteered on Wednesday, then you don't have to volunteer again. But I do need 4 volunteers. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. I need one more. Come on up, sir. Stand in front of the screen here and face your enemies. I mean your audience. Quick little claps for the volunteers. And guys, you can look up behind you and you're going to see the command that you are going to represent. We're going to run get Lego. Now you have to type that in all capital letters. Most of the shell is case insensitive, but when it comes to trademarks owned by massive overseas companies, it's very important that you get it right, is what my lawyers tell me. So we're going to say where color equals red, sort by label, and then format that as a list. So I've written little labels on here. They're just letters. So turn around. You are get Lego. So here are the Legos. Now here's the trick. He can only produce one thing at a time. He can only pass on one Lego at a time to Where. And he can't do it until Where actually holds out his hand. Now, once you're done with something, you can pass it on to Sort, and you're going to put them in order by label. Here's the funny thing about Sort, though. He can't actually pass anything on until he's gotten everything that there is, right? Because you need the whole set before you can put them in order. So you're going to hold up everything. And then when you're finally done, you'll pass your results on to Format List, who will list out the labels on these things. So it's perfectly okay for multiple things to be flowing at the same time. You just can't pass something on until the next guy's ready to take it. Now you're going to get rid of anything that doesn't meet your criteria. And your criteria is where the color property, or the color column, is red. So if it's not red, you can just kind of put it in your pocket. And if it is red, you'll pass it down to Sort. No, one at a time.
Really?
Yep, one at a time. This is how the shell works.
Okay. I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, and that's the thing. And we're going to see in a minute how that really changes things up. I lose more Legos this way. And so now that you've passed on your one, you can go back and get another one, and great. And you've sorted them, and you pass them on to Format List. And Format List's output is A and B. So very good. Stay here. You two swap. Begin. So what we've done is we've swapped Where and Sort. So I'm just going to modify this on the screen so that it matches what we actually have going on. Who sees a problem here? Yeah, what are we doing wrong? Yeah, dude's holding things up. And which he probably does at the airport, by the way, so you might want to watch that when you go home. And now he's just going to get rid of most of it. And we get the same results. So the moral of the story, and I'll take these. Thank you, guys. Big round. Thank you. The moral of the story is to be sensitive about how you build this pipeline. Now, what we've done here is created what is in PowerShell terms called a pipeline. I've connected 4 commands together by piping the output of one command to the next command, to the next command, to the next command. This is how PowerShell works. This is what PowerShell tries to do instead of long, complicated scripts. Now, I'm not going to stand here and pretend that 4 years into PowerShell's lifetime that you can always get away with this type of thing. It's getting more and more and more and more as we go forward, but we're still not completely there yet. For example, how many of you use, what's that thing called, DHCP? Well, we can't do anything with that with PowerShell yet. How many of you use DNS? Yeah, I can't do anything with that either. Sorry. But we're getting there. Next version of Windows will probably have all those things. So this thing happens over time, and this sort of pattern becomes more and more prevalent. The moral of this particular example is to take your filtering and move it as far to the left, to the beginning of the command line as possible. So I have 2 rules in the world of PowerShell. Rule number 1 is filter left. Filter left. Move all your filtering as far to the left as possible because it's more efficient, isn't it? We're not holding things up only to throw away half the work that we just did. So let's get rid of this little example. The combination of long, meaningful parameter names and consistent, meaningful command names is designed to make PowerShell a bit more intuitive. For example, always run out of room. What does that do? It's going to take the top 100 mailboxes, my 100 largest mailboxes, and move them to a new server, right? That's not the exact syntax you would actually use in Exchange, but it's very close, and it serves as a good example. How many of you can look at that and you feel you know what it would do? Well, that's the idea. How many of you have ever tried to write a VB script to do something like that? How painful was it? Day and a half. Yeah, but that's about normal for that type of thing, because VBScript was never given any tools to really make that straightforward. Just sorting things in VBScript takes me a day, and Google, frankly. So this is the pattern for PowerShell. It's not writing long, complicated scripts. It's chaining a bunch of commands together. So the next set of things that you and I are going to discuss here are some of the core commands that you can use to manipulate things in this pipeline to get them in the form you want them. So there are a couple of those core commands here, sort and select. So let's go back to the command line and start with those. Get process, sort. Now, actually, let's just start with get process. Let's say my goal is to get the top 10 consumers of virtual memory. Is there a column, or I guess I should say a property, that tells me how much virtual memory each process is using? What is it? VM. Pretty straightforward, okay? So I want to get the top 10. So I could go 1, 2, 3. But I'm probably working to, wow, those are negative. Oh, it's SQL Server. It's always weird. That's a truism in my life. If I wanted to get these into some form that would be a little bit easier to get the top 10, how could I do it? I could sort. So the full command name is actually sort object, and I tell it what property to sort on, and that property is VM. So technically it's the bottom 10 now. I want to make this more like a Letterman list. Change it to descending. Hit the up arrow, descending. There we go. But now I have to scroll up, and I still have to count down 10. So the next command is select-object, and it has a first and a dash last parameter, and I just tell it how many of objects I want to keep. Well, I'm not actually doing much with SQL, which is why it doesn't use much right now. So that's the pattern for PowerShell. What you just saw is exactly the way most of you should be using PowerShell when you get started. Type a command. If it's not quite what you want, hit the up arrow, modify the command, and try it again. Up arrow, modify, try again. You don't have to start off with an entire sequence of 12 commands. You can do it one at a time, see what you get from that, and by going one step at a time, you'll wind up making fewer mistakes, because it's a little difficult to audit in the middle here. It's a little bit difficult to peek into the middle of the command line and see what happened. So by doing one step at a time, you can generate a fairly long, complicated command. Now this produced information in the form of a table, and for right now I'm fine with that. The other thing that select object can do for me is allow me to pick other properties to see. I don't have to rely on this default set of columns. The first thing I need to do is see what some of my alternative columns are. Does anybody remember the commandlet that will show me? Pipe to get member. Wow, there's a couple. So I can get the company and the path. Let's do that. Up arrow. And to select object, I'm just going to add dash property and tell it I want the company, the name, the ID, and the path. So select object can do two things. It can cut me down to a subset of my objects, first or last, and it can change the columns that are being displayed by using the dash property parameter. So this is how I can look at whatever I want to look at. Now, what kind of sucks about this output? It's truncated stuff, hasn't it? Well, we're going to see in a second how to deal with that, but I want you to sort of remember this. Any questions about what that's doing? Let's look at another really core commandlet. And I'm going to wind back to just get process here. Okay, did everyone see that? Can you tell me what the average physical memory usage is? Yeah, that's probably hard. That requires division. Just tell me what the total physical memory usage was then. Did you not get that? Okay. Let's let the shell do it. Measure object. Give it a numeric property, and it can get you a count. We have 53 processes, the average, the sum, the minimum, and the maximum for that property. So my biggest process is using a lot of physical memory. It's probably PowerShell. The last core commandlet that we're going to talk about right now is the filtering one. You had a question?
Yeah.
Fire off.
Is there a reason why it didn't actually report them in the order that you listed them in your property? Like you have listed some, average, and max.
Oh, why did it not report them in that order? They always come out in that order. So this is actually an object of its own, and it always lists them in that order. If I wanted to change the order, I could still use select object and tell it that I want to see the average and then the count and then the, I don't know, minimum. And I would get them in the order I wanted. So does anybody remember from our little Lego example the command that will filter things out of the pipeline based on my criteria? Where. And the command name is where object. So let's do this. Get service where dash object. And where object takes a filter script. Anytime you need to feed a script to a PowerShell commandlet, let's back off a sec actually. If you're giving a string and it's going to contain spaces, what do you have to put the string in? Quotes. If you're giving a script to a parameter, it has to go in curly braces. This is probably step one of PowerShell punctuation hell. So curly braces are used to enclose an executable hunk of whatever and give that hunk to a parameter. So within this filter script, I need to provide the criteria for objects that I want left in the pipeline. And the way I do that is by using $_period. $_ represents one row of information from whatever table was piped in. So get service produces a table of services, right? $_ therefore represents a single service because that's what is produced by get service. If it had been get process, then $_ would represent a single process. If it had been get AD user, then $_ would represent a single user. It's whatever got piped in. How many of you have ever filled out a tax form? That's like the one universal constant, isn't it? You know how they have all the little blanks that you have to fill in, right? How much did you make? Send it in. So $_ is kind of that fill in the blank. And within this filter script, and only within this filter script, PowerShell looks for that and fills it in with whatever was piped in. It's just this hard-coded little trick that PowerShell has. The period says, I don't want to work with the entire service row. I want to work with one column. I want to work with the status. So the period lets me access a particular property or method of the object, or a particular column of the row, if that's the terminology you prefer. And then I need to tell it, in this case, I want to look for that status being equal to, and we're going to look at the rest of those operators in just a sec, but -EQ means equal. How many of you are used to typing an equal sign? Yeah, you'll do that a lot in the beginning. I still do. And then I'll go from teaching this class, and I'll go back home and work on some VB script, and I'll start typing -EQ in my VB script, and guess what? It doesn't work. So only keep the ones where the status property is equal to running.
The space is, you have like the bracket and the space, dollar sign, and you also have the space after the last one. Those are required as well.
So are the spaces required? The space that is required here is the space before -EQ and the space after -EQ. The spaces that I've put in after and before the curly braces are not mandatory, but it won't hurt to use them. I think white space makes it easier to read, and PowerShell rarely gets upset about more spaces, but it gets upset about not enough spaces. So I tend to stick them in everywhere. You should see the space bar on my keyboard, actually. It's got a little divot from my thumb bashing on it all the time. Now, here's how you're usually going to see this command written. Nobody ever actually types -filter script. They just do it like that. It's a positional parameter. So long as that filter script is in the first position, then you don't have to type -filter script, and almost nobody does. In fact, there's an alias for where object that's just called where. So that's what you'll actually see. Actually, that's not true. There's an alias for get service called GSV. So that's, no, actually, there's another alias called question mark. So you see how this leads to job security? Because you're just sitting here banging out random punctuation and letter combinations. So here's my recommendation. PowerShell best practice number 1. When you're on the command line and you're just using the shell interactively, type whatever you want. Use whatever alias comes to your mind first. I usually type where because I don't like the question mark syntax very much. But just do whatever you want. Doesn't matter. If you've written a really complicated command and you want to put it in a batch file so that you don't have to keep typing that complicated command over and over and over and over and over, use the full parameter names and use the full commandlet names. Do not use positional parameters. Always type every parameter name. In other words, use the longest, most lengthy typing syntax you possibly can. You know why? You might get hit by a bus. Or more unfortunately, 6 months from now, you might open this thing and go, what? So if nothing else, have mercy on yourself. Now, I will tell you this. The only product I'm aware of that does this right now, there are 3 commercial editors that you have to, well, most of them you have to pay for, that are intended to replace this ISE. The first is Sapien Primal Script. You probably have a trial on that CD. The second is PowerShell Plus from Idera, so you can go to PowerShellPlus.com. And the third is PowerGUI. PowerGUI.org is their website. And those URLs are all up on shellhub.com. Primal Script, on its edit menu, has an option to convert aliases to commandlets. So if you were to paste that into Primal Script, you could click a button and have it expand everything out for you. It'll also go the other way so that you can keep people confused. So best practice number 1, if it's worth saving in a file, it's worth typing out completely so that it's much clearer what's happening. However, you know, when you're up on the intertubes, expect to see stuff like this. Some of my fellow MVPs think in acronyms, and they have to, it's like when you're learning a foreign language, you have to kind of listen to it and then translate it to your language in your head. They think this way, and then they have to make a special effort to think in the long way. So you wind up seeing this on a lot of their blogs. So I want you to see this so you know what it is, but it is kind of a poor practice. It's a poor way to communicate. Who wants to see me hit enter and see if this will still work? You guys are awfully trusting when I'm telling you that it still does work. Good. Any questions on that? Who's feeling just a little dazed? Yeah. You know what? Let's take a break. It's 10:15. That's remarkably an even number. So let's go to 10:30. And then we'll resume. Okay, so we've kind of looked at some of these core commands. I want to just briefly look at some of their help. All the commands have got help. Every command has got help. So here's a little secret about my classes. Every single command I show you can probably do 12 things that I'm not going to show you because I don't have time. Some of these commands are incredibly flexible. So how many of you have a page-a-day calendar at work? Dilbert, Farside, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Throw it away. Your wife, girlfriend won't know. Make yourself a commandlet-a-day calendar. Just commit to yourself that you're going to look at the help for one commandlet every day. Now, it's best if it's a different commandlet every day. You don't want to look at the same one over and over and over. And I'm not suggesting that you memorize the syntax. I just want you to kind of skim it to get an idea of what it can do. Because when you eventually run into the situation where someone says, hey, you know, instead of a CSV file, can we get a tab delimited file? You'll go, oh, I saw that. And you'll at least know that it's in there and you can go back and try and find it again. So here's the sort command, for example. I can do a case-sensitive sort if that's necessary. I can change it to descending. I can have it filter out so you only get unique properties. So there's a lot of cool little extras tacked onto a lot of these commandlets that don't kind of come up in a class like this very often, but you know, you can certainly see where they would be useful under certain circumstances. Let's look at help for the where commandlet. That one doesn't have so much. You know, this is probably a good time to point something out, though. I've shown you the help for probably a half dozen commandlets, maybe a little bit more by now. What is the one thing that every single one of them has at the end of its syntax list? You know, the end of this main syntax here. Common parameters. Common parameters are actually added by the shell to every single command. So what are the common parameters? We will ask the shell, help star common star. The help command takes wildcards. There are actually a whole mess of help topics above and beyond the help for the commands themselves. This is one of them. All of these extra help topics start with about underscore. So this is going to explain to me what all the common parameters are. Verbose, debug, warning action, warning variable, blah, 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 blah. So you can always use those, and we'll talk about what some of those are as we move through the day. But help about star shows you how much extra help is built into this thing. Now, on that CD that the Sapien guys included, you're going to find a PowerShell help tool. How many of you have dual monitors at work? Isn't that the best? That's like better than the mouse in terms of usefulness to me. That PowerShell help tool brings up the help in a graphical viewer, and it's a little bit more nicely formatted. You can have that on your other screen so that you can see all the help while you're working in the shell. So I really, really recommend you install that on your desktop or whatever when you get home. I almost always have it up and running at home. Always, 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 because I use it so often. How many of you have an iToy from Apple? They make an iPad and an iPhone app free called iPowerShell that will give you the PowerShell help on your iToy. The iPad one is particularly cool because it's, you know, nice big screen. Looking at the help this way is not as satisfying as you might think. So those about topics are really, really crucial, and I'm going to refer back to those a lot. So keep in mind that they're there, and keep in mind that you can use help with wildcards. We also looked at select object. So this can not only pick out particular properties, but it can exclude properties that you don't want. And here's the reason I like you to run it with dash full. If we look at the dash property parameter, does this accept wildcards? It accepts wildcards. How cool is that? So I could run get dash process pipe to select property star. Show me every single property for every single process. And the other thing you're going to want to learn about the shell is Control-C, which makes it stop doing that. So that whole trick of piping it to select star is really, really cool, especially when it comes to debugging things that you can't quite get to work. Because most of the time when you have a problem with the shell not doing what you think, it's because one of these properties has some value in it that isn't what you thought it was. So, you know, you'll be looking at has exited, and you might be expecting yes or no, when in fact it's true or false, which is different. So by piping it to select star, you can actually see what the real data is, correct your assumption, and proceed accordingly. So it's a really, really valuable trick. Now, you were going to ask me a question when we were getting started about aliases.
You created a new alias, but when you exited the PowerShell, it went away.
Yep, created a new alias. Alias went away. When I closed the shell, how would I make it come back? You were going to ask the same kind of question, weren't you? How many other people were wondering the same thing? This is why you have to ask the question. Otherwise, I won't realize everyone cares. But the moral is, if you care, probably a bunch of other people do too. So there's a couple of ways I could address that. If I look for help on star alias star, you'll notice that I have an export and an import command. So if I create a bunch of aliases, I can export them to a file, and then anybody else on my team could get that file. Maybe we could come up with some central way to keep files so that everyone could get at them. We'll call it a file server. And we could put them all there in maybe like a folder that was shared. But a shared folder, we'll call it. So, and then they could run import alias to suck all those aliases into their copy of the shell. So that's step one. Step two is, how do I make that happen every single time I run the shell? Right? Well, PowerShell has something called a profile script. Actually, there's several profile scripts. None of them exist by default. You have to create these things. How do you think I could learn more about PowerShell profiles? Help star profile star. Help about profiles. And it will actually give you the locations for the 4 files that PowerShell looks for, and you just put your commands in that file, like import alias. Or if you just had a couple aliases you wanted to create, maybe you just stick the new alias command in there, and it runs every single time the shell starts. This does bring up an important concept about the shells, though. And I want to point out one thing in particular, which is this word, hosts. Microsoft ships 2 hosts, the console host and the ISE. Those are separate hosts. So some of these files are only read by the current host, meaning this command line. Some of these files are read by all hosts. So if you want the console window and the ISE to behave identically, which file are you going to use? Probably current user all hosts, the second one. And it goes in your documents folder. This is actually an error in the file, which is why I love to point this one out. It needs to go in your documents folder. And you notice how the first one is documents and then Windows PowerShell subfolder. And then it's profile.ps1. That will actually load for all hosts. So a little bit of an error there. But practical upshot is if you go into your My Documents folder and you create a folder called Windows PowerShell with no spaces, and in that folder you stick profile.ps1, which is just a text file. In that text file you put whatever commands you want to run every single time the shell starts. Get AD user, pipe to remove AD user, for example. Just get all the users and delete them. Then that'll run, what, no? That'll run every single time you run the shell. With that particular command would be only once, because then you'd be fired. So yeah, anything that you want to happen every single time, that's where it goes, is that profile. Now that is a script, and PowerShell will not run it by default, but when we talk about security after lunch, we'll unwind the issue with scripting. Questions? Good with that? $PS_home is sort of a built-in configuration thing that contains PowerShell's home folder path. $home is your path. And then you would tack on, and the reason they put my in square brackets is because on the older versions of Windows, it's my documents, but they got over that, and now it's just documents because they're not really yours. Well, they're not. They're your bosses, right? I mean, sort of. So anyway. Now, if I run get command, let's see, let's do help get dash command. I only want to get commands that are a commandlet, so let's run get command dash command type commandlet and measure those. So PowerShell has, this shell currently has 236 commands loaded. How many of you think that's going to cover Exchange, SharePoint, Active Directory, Background Intelligent Transfer Service, Group Policy, IIS, blah, 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 blah? Not going to do it. This is just the core stuff, the built-in stuff. So the next thing I want to talk about is how you add commands. There are two ways. They are completely separate. There are two ways because there was one way they did it in version 1, and they didn't like that a lot, so they changed it to something completely different in version 2, but they both still work. For the most part, everybody is now using the new way, except for the people at Microsoft who didn't get the memo, who are still using the old way. Which leads us to one of the most oft-repeated truisms in the PowerShell world. PowerShell is completely consistent, except when it's not. So here's what we're going to do. Who wants to do the old way first? I do, so we're going to do that. Get-ps snapin -registered will show me a list of all non-core snap-ins that have been registered or installed on my computer. Sometimes this takes a while, and you can see that I have 2, both of which are related to SQL Server. Having discovered what snap-ins are available to me, now this list is going to differ from machine to machine to machine in your environment, isn't it? Because some machines don't have SQL Server. On Windows Server 2008 R2, if you've installed the Windows Backup features, Windows Backup comes with a snap-in. So you kind of have to run this on each machine to see what's there. Once you know the name of it, you add ps snap-in, SQL Server commandlet snap-in 100. And then eventually, a miracle occurs, and it loads right now. Okay, once that's done, the last thing you're going to run is get-command ps snap-in SQL Server commandlet snap-in 100. And that will show you the ginormous list of commands that were added by that particular snap-in. There are 2. Yep, just 2 for that particular snap-in. So that's the old way. That's how you find out what you got, load it, and find out what it added. So those are the 3 steps. Find out what you got, load it, and find out what it added. Let's do those 3 steps for the new way. Oops. Get-module -list available. Lists the available modules. Import-module server manager. Loads the module. Get-command-module server manager tells me what commands were added. And then once you know the command name, how can you learn how to use the command? Help. Help will always be the correct answer, by the way. Almost always. So that's how you add commands, discover what they can do, and by using help, you can learn how to run them. Little trick with PowerShell, if the command verb is get, it's usually safe to just give it a shot. Isn't that cool? It does a little progress bar. And so that tells me what I've got installed out of all the Windows roles and features. Question?
You have a server, desktop, whatever, without the modules. How can you add in?
How can you add the modules? That was actually my very next thing. Good job. So how do you get a module or a snap-in onto your computer? Typically, well, let's back off of that. A little piece of background information, and then I'm going to see if you can come up with the answer by yourself. The product team at Microsoft that owns PowerShell, now they don't write all the little command sets, but they own PowerShell, is the same team that produces the MMC. So, if you're using the MMC and you want to get a product's MMC snap-in, how do you do it? You install the product's admin tools option on your computer, right? You go get the Exchange CD or the whatever CD, and then one of the install options is to install admin tools or management tools, and that gets you the snap-in. Same thing with PowerShell. Install the management tools. So let's talk about things like Active Directory and Server Manager and all that. If you're on a Windows 7 computer and you want to get the Server R2 admin tools, what do you install? The RSAT, the Remote Server Administration Toolkit, RSAT. Not only does that install Active Directory users and computers and the GPMC and the DNS and blah, 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 it also installs all of these PowerShell modules that come with R2. We're going to talk about those in a little bit more detail, and there's another thing I'm going to show you later. The trick is that sometimes the answer is you can't. For example, you cannot install the R2 RSAT on XP. It just won't work. And that means you cannot get the R2 commandlets on XP. It just won't work. That doesn't mean you're out of luck, though. After lunch, we're going to look at a way that you can do it anyway.
It looks like the list of snap-ins and the list of modules are different. How do we know which product has what?
A snap-in and a module are different. They're two different ways of packaging commands. And you'll find out by installing the product's management tools and either running get ps snap-in-registered to see if you picked up something new, or get module-list available to see if you picked up something new. That's about all you can do.
To run PowerShell, so I've got Windows 7 and I've got the RSAT thing going on. To run Active Directory or to run my group policy, I have a little batch file that does the run as thing. Is that how I'd have to do it? Because I don't log in as an administrator day to day.
So we'll get to credentials a bit later. Yep, don't worry. There's the whole security discussion.
And this is something you have to put in your profile if you wanted these to.
If you want these things to load every single time you run the shell, it would go in your profile. Yep, absolutely. That's actually what most people have in their profile, is a bunch of import modules.
There's no other way to import the modules for your one.
There's no way to,
Import the modules if you don't want to install the tools.
if you don't want to install the tools that install the modules, it depends on the module. In some cases, modules can just be file copied. Snap-ins cannot. They have to be installed. And modules are supposed to be better because they can just be copied. But in fact, most of the R2 modules and most of the Microsoft Server product modules have underlying dependencies that still have to be installed. So the answer is typically, if you want a module, you have to install whatever package gives you the module. Okay. So let's back off just a little bit, and I want to talk about that. We've all agreed that this is a table, right? Maybe I don't always want this in a table. Can you see yourself maybe wanting some of this information in a CSV file? Anybody? Maybe an XML file? XML is brand new, sexy, right? We all love XML. Would you not maybe sometimes want this in a list form? You know, because sometimes, we looked at the example before where there was so much information to fit that it had to truncate all of it. And so maybe listing it with one piece of information per line instead of in columns would give it more room to display, like the process path. I think I ran get process, and we selected the name, the company, the path, and the ID. And it truncated that stuff. So maybe listing it in a list form would be better. So the next thing we're going to talk about then are, actually, let's do it this way. Are formatting commands. Now we've got 4 here. The only three that matter to you are list, table, and wide. Format list, format table, format wide. All of these have an alias, FL, FT, and FW. So if you want to have the short typing version, you can. All of these allow you to specify a list of properties that you want to see, so you can make your own table or your own list. Format wide is unique in that it will only display one property, and it defaults to the name property because most things have a name, and it's a multi-column layout. So if you just want to see all the process names in a more compact way, format wide is not a bad way to do it. Let's just sort of briefly talk about how PowerShell arrives at its defaults. I'm going to run get process again. How many columns do we have here? 8. I agree, math is hard. Kind of just, not memorize, but just kind of take a snapshot of what those columns are. Name, NPM, PM, WS, just kind of get that into your head. I'm going to pipe these to get member. And in addition to showing me all this stuff about the object, it tells me what kind of object it is. So let's put that on the clipboard. And then we are going to change to PowerShell's installation folder. And in Notepad, I am going to open a file called .nettypes.format.ps1xml. When PowerShell has a bunch of objects in the pipeline, and it's done with them, it's reached the end, there are no more commands, PowerShell has to decide how to display the object if you haven't told it any differently. So this file is where most of the defaults live. So if I hit find, and I search for that object type, you can see that this is a table, and look at some of the column headers. Handles, NPM, PM, look familiar? This file is why we get those 8 columns by default. This is the first thing PowerShell checks. Make sense? The only reason we get the defaults is because they're here. Now, who thinks that if you wanted to change that, just edit this file, right? No. Bad admin. And I'll tell you why. Anybody recognize that? This is a digital signature. It's created with a Microsoft digital certificate. This XML file can actually contain executable code. To protect you from malware modifying this without your knowledge, this file will only function if that signature is intact. Put one extra carriage return in here, save the file, and it'll quit working. And you're going to find yourself copying it off of somebody less adventurous to restore it. So, no touchy. Look only. Now, let's look at another command. Get wmyObject, and we're going to talk about this guy next. I'm going to retrieve Win32 operating system. This produces how many lines of text? 6. That's an important number, 6. Remember it. So let's pipe it to get member and see what kind of object we're dealing with. Wow, that's long. So let's just copy the Win32 operating system part. Go back to this file, scroll all the way to the top, and hit find again. Win32 operating system. Not there. So that means we do not have a default layout for that particular type of object. So the next thing PowerShell has to do is decide, okay, I don't know if I should have a table or a list or whatever else. What properties should I be displaying for this thing? Is there a default set of properties? And for that, it looks at a slightly different file. And it looks to see if there is a default display property set. There is. How many properties are in the default display property set? Sound familiar? So here's the deal. If there's a default display property set, PowerShell will only display those properties by default. If there isn't one of these, then by default it will display all of the properties. If the number of properties it needs to display is 4 or less, it will use a table. If it is 5 or more, it will use a list. And we've actually already seen an example of that, because how many properties are being displayed right there? 6. And so it's a list. When I did my little, let's get back out here. When I did my little bit with get process right there, how many properties did I give it? 4, so we got a table. If I add one more property to this, we get a list, because now it's 5 or more. It's that simple. If you want to force a particular type of layout and completely eliminate all of the defaults, you use a format commandlet. Format-table. Okay, dude. You want it in a table? You got it. Might not be pretty. Notice how it's kind of evenly spacing these things? That kind of takes away some of our usable space. So let's tell it to dash auto size. That's a little different, except that now 2 of the columns did not fit onto the display and were removed because it needed so much space for Microsoft.ActiveDirectory.web services. So another thing you can do is tell it, well, maybe I don't want you to auto size, but I want you to wrap, so that it's no longer truncating things, it's allowing things to wrap around and take up multiple lines. In fact, format table has got some of the most flexibility of any of the format commandlets. You can hide the table headers, you can auto size, you can wrap. You can also specify particular properties you want to see, which kind of overlaps with what select is doing. Check this out. Instead of selecting those properties, I'll format-table and just tell it what properties I want to see. And then I get that same output. So there's a little bit of overlap between format and select. Now, the format command is probably one of the top 5 things that messes up newcomers to the shell. So I'm going to give you a little secret. You remember when we did the little Lego exercise? I gave you a moral. And what was that moral? Filter left. Here's the other half of that moral. Format right. The format command needs to be the last thing on the command line, with only a couple of exceptions that I'll show you in a second. Once you have used format, you are done. What is produced by that commandlet cannot be consumed by other commandlets.
To another file type, you have to do that ahead of the format, right?
Well, you'll see. Depends on what you want, but that's what we're going to do right now. So let me show you why. If I just run get process and I pipe it to GM, you can see that that is an object of the type system.diagnostics.process. Yes? Let's say I want to put that in a CSV file. Done. It's in a CSV file. And that's how you can put things in a CSV file of PowerShell. If I pipe that to format table and tell it that I want to see the ID, the name, and the company, and I pipe that to get member, what was produced by the format command is all these specialized formatting instructions. Here's what I'll see people do. What's going into the CSV file? The formatting instructions, not the processes. Not really that useful. So once you have formatted something, you are done with it. The only place you can go from here, you have three options. Out file, out printer, and technically that's it. You can pipe it out to a file, or you can pipe it out to a printer. How many of you would do this? Who thinks it'll work? It works fine. So you can go from a format command to either out file or out printer, but that is it. Otherwise, the format command needs to be the last thing on the command line. If you want it to be in a different form of file, like a CSV file, there are commands for that. Export CSV and export CLI, or command line interface, XML, are two useful ones. You guys want to see a really cool trick? I mean, like really cool? How many of you do any kind of change configuration management? Yeah? You have to kind of report and check that kind of thing against maybe a baseline? This is awesome. So get process, export CLI XML, baseline.xml. I've just created the baseline. Now, you can do this with processes, with services, with Windows features, with AD users. Do it with whatever you want to do. Anything can be exported to that XML file format. Now, let's just create some differences. We're going to copy a notepad, calc. I don't know why this is even on the server operating system. Correct me if I'm wrong. Processes are constantly changing, right? The VM, the CPU, everything. So we don't actually want to compare every single bit of these processes because there's always going to be differences. What's the one thing we should be really, really focused on if we want to see if we're running the same processes that we used to? We don't care about the physical memory. That's always going to change. What shouldn't change? The name. Yeah. So let's just tell it to only compare the name. No problem. Calc, MS Paint, and Notepad existed in the right-hand set, but did not exist in the left-hand set, which was my baseline. You can do that with anything. Pretty cool, yeah? Great way to create a baseline and then compare it to something else later on. And it's a great reason to have things in this XML format. Let's talk about CSVs again. How many of you could use a CSV file? Yeah? You know what I hate is users, well, I guess just stop there. But particularly, the ones who say, well, can you give that to me in an Excel file? Sure I can. You want a list of services that are running on the computer? Great. Service. Let's just select the name and the display name, and I'll export it to a CSV file called services.csv. I can then use the send mail message commandlet to mail that to you once a month if that's what you want. Here it is. Oh, can you give it to me in Excel format? I did. Oh no, it's a CSV. Double click it. What happens? Excel opens up. Bye. However, if you need some other form of delimiter, pipe delimited, tab delimited, whatever else, what parameter would let me specify an alternate delimiter? Dash delimiter. Pretty easy, right? How would you specify a tab? Who said escape characters? Escape characters are exciting. Let's learn about them. Where do you think we could read about PowerShell and escape characters? In the help file. Help star escapes star. Ooh, escape characters. So this is where you get to learn something special. Remember I told you there's a difference between single quotes and double quotes? In single quotes, escape characters don't matter. In double quotes, they do. So if I wanted to run this command, and I wanted this to be a different delimiter, and I wanted it to be a tab, I would use double quotes to type the escape tab sequence. PowerShell uses the backtick or grave accent mark as its escape character. I know it looks like a single quote. However, if you zoom in on it, it is not a single quotation mark. That's a single quotation mark. Do you see the difference? You see how font selection becomes really crucial?
Something else, something I ran into with other ones, if you're using Word, it does smart quotes, which are needed.
Yes, never copy and paste from Microsoft Word into PowerShell. In fact, never copy and paste from Word into pretty much anything but Word. Because if you've got that little smart quotes feature on, it will turn your quotation marks into those curly quotes, which PowerShell hates and loathes and doesn't work. That's a good point. So having gotten that, now if you're looking for that on your keyboard, on most US keyboards, it's on the upper left key, right under the escape key. It's the same as the tilde, the little squiggly, and you do not shift. So it's shift to get the tilde and not shift to get the backtick. On non-US keyboards, it floats around to different locations. So you'll have to hunt for it. But that's the escape character for PowerShell. Now the escape character has two things it'll do. Thing number one is it adds a special meaning to some characters. In this case, it has turned a T into an actual horizontal tab. And if you look at that help about escape, there's a whole list of the special characters. My favorite is backtick A. How many of you have a 2008 R2 domain controller? Okay. How many of you are going to eventually? Yeah, all right. As of 2008 R2 and Windows 7, because PowerShell is installed by default, you can create logon scripts in PowerShell through group policy, which is really cool. And my favorite thing to do is to put about 100 of the backtick A's into the logon script, because it makes everybody's computers go beep, 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 and it makes me feel good. Fun lesson, though. How many of you are from the East Coast, especially the northern half of the East Coast? So the phone company there used to be called Bell Atlantic. Yeah, or 9X if you live far enough north, but we bought you. So I worked for Bell Atlantic. And do you remember who their spokesperson used to be? Large African-American gentleman. Very deep voice. James Earl Jones. So when you called information or whatever, you get the welcome to Bell Atlantic. And that super deep voice of his. So we thought it would be fun in the logon script to record that and kind of have it play at the beginning. Well, what else did James Earl Jones famously lend his voice to? Right? So it's possible that our WAV file might have said, welcome to Bell Atlantic, the dark side of the force. Now, to be fair, I did not know that our CEO even had a laptop, let alone that he had speakers hooked up to it. Because he was a guy who would print his emails and then scribble the responses and his admin would send them, right? So how was I to know? But when he came storming down, I assured him that I would fix that virus very, very quickly. And I did. And I think I got budget for new antivirus software out of the deal, too. So, I mean, maybe it all ended well. So, yeah, backtick A, lots of fun. Super recommended, particularly if you're on vacation. The other one to remember is backtick N. That can be useful for stuff. That's a new line character, carriage return line feed. So the other thing that an escape character does is it takes away the special meaning that a character might already have. For example, first of all, who thinks that's the correct slash to be using in a file path? It's a forward slash, not a backslash. PowerShell will take either, which means it's now safe for all the Unix people to migrate to Windows because it's all the same. This won't work because the space character is a delimiter with PowerShell. It has special meaning. So one way to solve this is to put it in quotes, but another way is to just take away the special meaning of the space by escaping it. So anything in PowerShell that I say has special meaning can have that meaning taken away by the escape character. And that's how you would do a horizontal tab to do a tab delimited file. You just do a backtick T. Has to be in double quotes, remember. Single quotes ignore the backtick character. So that's one of the special features of double quotation marks. How many of you have an intranet? Those newfangled web server things? So let's do this. Get service, pipe to get member. Looking at the properties, can you guys tell me what property contains the startup mode? It's kind of a trick question. Nope, it's not there. Whoever built this bit of the .NET framework, which is what PowerShell runs on, didn't think you'd care. So they didn't put it in here. So this is a good time to talk about WMI. Get-WMI object. We're going to get an object called Win32Service. I'm just going to get it from the local computer and pipe it to get member. That has a lot more information. And can you tell me where the startup mode is? Start mode. So we're going to use this guy. And let's see, we'll run that command again, and we'll pipe it to where object. And I want the state. Actually, I don't know what state contains on this. Let's run this. So state is running. Okay, that's good. So where state equals running. And I want to have two criteria. So I'm going to join these two with dash and. And now my second criteria is and start mode equals auto. Ah, darn it. There we go. So this is a list. Actually, what I really want is that. So NE means not equal to. We're going to do all those operators right after this. So show me everything that's not running that ought to be running. Is this something you might want to check on a server from time to time? Maybe have someone on the help desk check it, or check it over what I call the intern net, someone else cheaply paid. So I actually have a service in here that's set to start automatically, but is currently stopped. How many of you would trust the intern net to even have a copy of PowerShell, let alone run that command? That's what I thought. Would you trust them to hit a bookmark in their web browser? Think they could do that? They're all like 18 anyway. They're going to spend all day in Facebook, so you might as well put it in the web browser. So let's do this. Let's convert it to HTML. Who likes that idea? Okay, to be fair, that's what we asked it to do. Well, here's the trick. If you see a commandlet called export, it's going to put it in a file out of PowerShell, export. Converting leaves it in the shell, but just changes its form. There is no export HTML. That was a great guess, though. However, couldn't I just do that? Yeah, technically, under the hood, what's happening is this. So I'm going to do this, badnews.html. And now let's look at that. This isn't fancy, because PowerShell is the only Microsoft product that outputs absolutely clean HTML. So let's say we wanted to apply some additional formatting to that. Well, in the HTML world, the way we would do that is by adding a CSS style sheet. Does anyone see how we might attach a CSS style sheet, a cascading style sheet, to our HTML? Dash CSS URI. So you get your web geek to come up with a CSS formatting file for you. Put that on your intranet web server, specify its location on -CSS URI, and the web browser will munge them together and format your table nice and pretty with blinkies and red and green and purple and rainbows and unicorn tears. So you can also add some pre-content before the table to explain what they're looking at, change the title with the dash title. So again, all these commandlets I'm showing you can do a lot of extra stuff. It's just getting in there and reading it and seeing what's available. Neat? Let's look at those operators. Where do you think we could learn more about operators in PowerShell? Help! Help! Star oper... That's enough. About comparison operators. Here are the comparison operators. -EQ for equals, -NE for not equals, GT, GE, LT, and LE. There's also like, which lets you use wildcards, sort of like a wildcard-like search. All string comparisons are case insensitive, which means uppercase is the same as lowercase. If you need to do a case-sensitive comparison, they're in here somewhere. There's a lot of these. I must have swung by them. Just add a C to the front of it. So it's -CEQ for case-sensitive comparison, -C like for a case-sensitive comparison. So all of those operators are the things that you can use with where_object in its little filter script to specify your filter criteria. You use EQ and NE for not equal to. You use those a lot. You've also got -and -or. So that's how I constructed that multi-piece comparison right there. Questions on the comparison operators? No? Okay. Let's talk about WMI, or Windows Management Instrumentation. Yes? What are the permissions required for that to display? In order to create the file, you need permission to write the file wherever it is you wrote the file. And in order to read the file, you just need permission to read the file. So if somebody's reading it through a web browser, it kind of depends on how the web server is configured to deal with permissions. If it allows anonymous, and the anonymous user has permission to the file, then an anonymous user can read it. So it kind of gets into the IIS permissions world at that point, or whatever your web server is. Apache, whatever. But it's just sitting on an NTFS file system. So it's whatever NTFS permissions are on the file. Once that information is in an HTML file, it's just a text file sitting on disk. If it contained the secret nuclear launch codes, you don't need permission to launch the missiles. You just need permission to read that file. That's it.
So in that case, you just copy it to your web server?
You would normally write it to a place on your web server someplace. If somebody's going to access it through a web browser, then it's got to be accessible to the web server as part of a website. I'm sorry? Yes, but in order to be read through the web, HTTP, you could certainly open it from a file server shared folder as well. But you may be overthinking it a little bit. It's just a file on disk, and so wherever it sits, whatever NTFS permissions are on it, that's it. Nope, it is not. It's just a static file full of text. That's it. Yep, there's no query being executed.
Yeah, I think when you said you give it to an intern, it kind of sounded like he was clicking on something that was executing an HTML.
That was not my intent. No, that is not live data. No. So WMI. You guys want the good news or the truth first? Truth. Here's the thing. WMI, Windows Management Instrumentation, is Microsoft's implementation of something called web-based enterprise management, which was proposed by the Distributed Management Task Force, an industry group that Microsoft belongs to. And what Microsoft did is they produced a very loose set of internal standards for how WMI was supposed to operate in Windows. And this goes back to NT4, by the way. That's how long WMI has been with us. NT4 SP3 had WMI in it. Unfortunately, Microsoft never had a single product team that was in charge of WMI. Every single little product group kind of decided on their own what to do with WMI. And that means some product teams, like Microsoft, Windows, the core Windows team, took the approach of let's try and instrument as much as possible so that you can read a lot of management information, and let's try and document as much of it online as possible so people can find it. And then you've got every single other product team at Microsoft who said, we'll do some stuff and we're not going to write any documents about it at all, and it's all going to work differently, and it's all free love, and it's all a secret. Shh, don't tell anyone. So the practical upshot of that is that using WMI from within PowerShell is very consistent. What WMI actually exists to be used is fairly inconsistent. We are going to focus on the core operating system stuff because it's the easiest to get to. So WMI is broken down into a set of what's called namespaces. A namespace is just a kind of a container, and it's usually owned by a particular product team. All it means is that if they reuse each other's names, it won't matter because they're separated by these containers. The default namespace is root /CIM v2, Common Information Model version 2. That's where all the core operating system and hardware stuff lives. So all the classes I'm going to be showing you are accessible that way, and they're documented online. If you get on Google and you punch in the class name, you'll usually get the doc page as the first thing. PowerShell does not provide help for WMI. WMI is an external technology that PowerShell is accessing. That's really important to understand. Other namespaces on your computer might include Security Center. So on the client computers, you've got the little Security Center thing that pops up the shield that bugs the heck out of us all the time. There's a set of WMI classes. You can check the update of your antivirus software, for example, through that namespace. There's an Active Directory namespace. There's a DNS namespace, SQL namespace. And it obviously differs based on what's installed on your computer. If you're not on a domain controller, you don't have an Active Directory namespace. I don't need a namespace on my computer in order to query it from a remote computer. This isn't like I have to install the management tools in order to be able to use it. I can just go talk to a computer, I can get whatever it has, and it'll work on my computer, which is nice. So another one of the free tools that you've got, see, I don't know if I have this installed in here. Oh, wow, let's close all this mess. Nope, I don't. So let's install this. Let's shrink that down a little bit. And put that in there. So another one of these tools you've got on that Sapien disk, you can also get them from primaltools.com, is this WMI Explorer. And you don't actually install this puppy. It's just a statically linked executable. So here's what it does. Over here on this side are all of my namespaces. And I said that the default is root CIMv2. So when I click on that, it's now going to pull up a list of all the classes in that namespace. And a class represents some manageable bit of something. In this case, a manageable bit of Windows or hardware. So if I scroll over a lot, we'll get to things like Win32 heat pipe and Win32 fan and Win32 floppy controller. How many of you have floppy controllers in your laptops? I'm on a Mac. That does not have a floppy disk. You still have the class there. The class is simply the possibility. There's a Win32 tape drive. I don't have a tape drive either. If you actually have a class, it's called an instance. Right? So there's a Win32 process class, and there will be one instance of that for every process running on my computer. When I select one of these, so let's find something I do have, like a group. It's coming up. Maybe. Where's a smaller one? Win32 logical disk. There we go. So I've got 3 instances, one with a device ID of A, C, and D. This is a virtual machine, so it thinks it has a floppy disk. And then I can look at the properties of these things, as well as their methods. So you can see that with a logical disk, I can run a check disk, I can schedule a check disk, or I can reset the disk. This Explorer is simply a good way to discover what is available to you in WMI. Does that make sense? Once you know what's available, you can punch the class name into Google and find out more about it, and then you can start using it from within PowerShell. You need to specify the class. If the namespace is not root CIMv2, you must specify the namespace. I'll go ahead and put it in here anyway, just for fun. And alternately, you can specify a remote computer. If you specify a remote computer, there's also a -credential parameter that lets you specify an alternate username to use to make the connection. You're not allowed to have an alternate username for connections to the local computer. WMI won't permit it. It's by design that way. So if you needed to do that, then you would run the shell as an alternate user using right-click run as. As with anything else, we've seen that we don't always get to see it all, so we'll pipe that to get member. And we've got a lot of really fun stuff. You'll notice that every single WMI class, all of them, have these, and that's a double underscore in front of those system properties. The most useful one is _server. That's the computer name that this came from. Even if you got to that computer by its IP address or like a CNAME DNS alias, you will get back the real computer name in _server. So that's really, really neat trick that we're going to look at. And you can see that I've got a couple of methods here. Reboot, shutdown, and Win32 shutdown, which will let you log off, restart, shut down, or power off. And you give it a parameter to tell it which one of those you want. At the bottom here, you'll also notice that every single WMI class has a convert to and convert from date time, and I'll show you why. What's this property name? Last boot up time. Can anyone tell when my last boot up time was? Yeah, so let's look at a really, really cool trick with select object. I want to acknowledge up front that the syntax I'm about to show you is atrocious. I get that. Deal with it. You're just going to have to learn it. Keep in mind, I've got my transcript going. We got the recording going. So you're going to get all this, and you will see this again and again and again and again. We're going to use this trick several times. It's really, really neat. Instead of selecting last boot up time, I'm going to select _server so that I can get the server name in my output. And then I'm going to create something called a hash table or an associative array. It's an @ sign, and it's contained inside these 2 curly braces. These are constructed of key equals value pairs, and I need to have 2 of those pairs, and PowerShell is going to look for specific keys. The first key it's going to look for is called label, and I want the label to say last boot up time. A semicolon separates the 2 pairs. The second pair needs to have the key expression, and that expression also goes in curly braces, so those are nested. And this is the code that I want to create the value for this new column I'm creating. And in it, I can use $_ to represent the current object that I'm manipulating. And I'm going to use its convert to date time method and convert the last boot up time property. The results speak for themselves. Who agrees with me that the syntax is just atrocious? Yeah, it's a lot of typing. Yeah?
Could you have set a variable for that get WMI object?
I could have set a variable. I choose not to for a number of reasons which will become more apparent as we go. If you find yourself sticking things in variables, you are really approaching it from a VB script viewpoint, and you're going to wind up working a lot harder than you have to in the end. So the benefit with PowerShell, well, not a benefit, the trade-off with PowerShell is sometimes ugly syntax, but ultimately a lot less work than we had to do in VB script. I'm going to do this again, and I'm going to do it in the ISE. And I'll show you why I'll use the ISE sometimes. So let's create a file here. I'm going to save this as cool hash table example. In PowerShell, a carriage return indicates the end of the line. It means execute the command now. So a carriage return has special meaning. How can I take away that special meaning and just make it a literal carriage return? Escape it. You can also hit enter after the pipe character, and PowerShell will understand that you've got more to come. You can also do it after a comma in a list like that, and it'll get it within curly braces too. A little easier. I'm not absolutely certain that it'll execute exactly like I formatted it there. Oh, look, it did. That's encouraging. And this is one of the reasons that when you start getting into a really complicated command, it can pay to move it into the ISE, where you've got a full screen script editor, and you can kind of format these things out because it does make the syntax a little bit more believable. Who thinks that __ server is an awesome column name? Who would rather see computer name? Yeah, me too. So all we have to do is repeat that same trick. L equals computer name. E equals $__ server. So you can use L and E as shortcuts to label an expression. Now you see how you can start to really put the information together in the way you want to see it. Now the next thing I could do here, if I wanted to, and I would get those two columns in there. Right now, how many computers is this going after? Just one. You want to do more? You got a couple of ways you can specify more. One is just to do a comma-separated list. And if you specify a computer that it can't reach for some reason, it'll display an error message and keep going. So it's pretty resilient that way. Another way that you could get to multiple computers, and I'll just do this on a separate line so I can have all these examples in one file. parentheses in PowerShell work just like parentheses do in math. Who did well in algebra? Oh, I hated algebra. But parentheses mean do this first, right? I mean, basically, that's what they mean. So everything in parentheses gets executed first, and the results of that get fed to the parameter. So in this second example, I'm reading a text file, getting all the names, one name per line, and then feeding that to the computer name parameter. Cool? The next one's a little trickier. I am getting computer names from Active Directory. I've told it to get all of them, but I only want it to start searching in this organizational unit, in that domain. And whatever computers it gets, I want it to expand the name property. I don't want to feed the entire computer object to the computer name parameter. I just want to get the names as strings of text. So I'm expanding those into the dash computer name. The reason I like to put all these in one place is because these are the patterns for how to use the computer name parameter of any commandlet that has a computer name parameter. How many of you think you can copy and paste pretty well? How many of you think you could modify this DN to specify a different OU? Then you've got everything you need right there. Sitting here right now today, I don't even care if you can completely understand all that. So long as you can copy and paste it, modify it to make it work at your place, and then make checks payable to Don Jones.
What's the default behavior of search base? One level?
Search base starts at the root of the domain. So search base says where to start. There's another parameter that controls the depth. If you don't specify either, you start at the root of the domain and do everything. So how many computer objects do you have in your domains? More than 10? If you eliminate search base and you say dash filter star, you'll get every single computer object in the entire domain. Get WMI object talks to those one at a time sequentially. If one of them is not online, there's about a 45-second timeout. Do the math.
Why did you choose class 132 underscore bias for the content name?
Oh, I didn't. Class is the WMI class I want to get from the computer. I just am using a different class here and a different class there. They're just retrieving different management information.
Very confusing.
So just think of it as Win32 BIOS is one type of information I can get from WMI. It represents the BIOS of the computer. Win32 logical disk will get me information about the disks on the computer. Operating system gets me information about the operating system. So I'm just getting 3 different hunks of information. Any other questions? Again, this will be in the downloads, so you don't have to copy all this syntax down. But the neat thing about it is that these will work for any command that has a dash computer name parameter, and we are going to see lots more. One more thing I want to show you about WMI. Now this is a little destructive, so I'm not going to actually run it, but I will put it in a file. Get WMI object. Class is Win32 operating system, so that's the stuff we're going to get. And let's say we're going to get it from just a single computer for right now. Now down here in the regular shell, you guys see that these all have methods? What's one of the methods that we might want to run on a computer? Reboot. Notice the pipe at the end of the line there. Done. If I had specified 10 computer names, what would they all be doing right now? Shutting down and rebooting. Neat trick.
Was there a delay that you could specify in there?
Nope.
Warning or anything?
No delay, just happens. No warning, no are you sure. Here's the thing though. I got some bad news. This will work with just about any WMI method that does not require parameters. Like if it did require a delay, that would be a parameter. The minute one of these things starts requiring a parameter, sometimes this just doesn't work. The invoke WMI method command is not as robust as we might all wish it was. Sorry. So I'm going to have to show you a backup plan so that you can always make sure that you can get these things done. Now to illustrate my backup plan, am I on the network? No. Let's see if I can get on the network. Connections. Wow, confidence is super high. Oh, look, quick, let's get it. Let's Google Win32 service. So the Win32 service class represents what? A service. And we've got this neat little change method over here. And it takes a bunch of parameters that allow you to reconfigure a service. I want to change this one. Now the trick with this is if you don't want to change something, instead of specifying a new value, you specify null. And that tells the method, leave that one alone. So I'm going to have to specify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nulls. And then the 8th thing I give it will be the new password that I want that service to log on with. Does that make sense? Are you at least willing to believe me? So here's how we do it. I have to sit down for this. Get WMyObject, class, Win32 service. And we can do that from remote computer. It's fine. I can tell you right now that that change method is one I've never been able to get to work with invoke WMI method. I don't know why. It just doesn't. So we probably don't want to change all the services to the same password, do we? That just occurred to me. That would be bad. So let's put a filter in here. Let's only grab the ones where the name of the service is bits, because that's a nice safe one to make an example out of. It's the background intelligent transfer service. It's stopped by default on a lot of machines, and if you break it, only Windows Update quits working, and who cares? So it's still possible, if I specify multiple computers, that I might get multiple services back, right? Yeah? Everybody agree? You know, we could do this too. If you have multiple instances of SQL installed, that'll get them all. Yeah? So I can't execute this change method on the whole batch of these things at once because some of them are going to be on different computers. I have to go through each one of them, one at a time, and run the change method on each one individually. Here's how to do that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Done. Assuming you've got permission to change the login name of the service, or the login password for the service, that'll work. I'm sorry? I need an end parenthesis. I'll buy that. So for simple methods that don't require parameters, invoke WMI method is definitely easier syntax, yes? You can always use this for each variation. It sucks that you have to. The PowerShell team knows that it sucks that you have to. and they are working on it. They are actively trying to get rid of ugly syntax like this, but the product is only in version 2, and we still have version 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ahead of us, so it gets a little bit better every time. Believe me, version 1 was a lot worse. Version 1 didn't even have the first one as an option. But that's the syntax, yeah.
Say you want to save this as like a PS1 file, so you just call this file change SQL password whatever, and you want to pass a parameter to that as the password. Can you specify and then?
So say that rather than hard coding the computer name, I want to put this in a script and be able to parameterize it so I can pass in a different computer name every time. Yep, you would be here after lunch.
On that same service, I had, like, we have 7 nulls, because it had 7 properties before. What about the trailing ones?
You can safely omit the trailing ones or specify null. If you don't specify them, then it assumes that they are null. Yeah, because there were like 3 more after password.
You just can't blank.
No, you can't just do a blank. You could do that in VBScript. It most emphatically does not work in PowerShell, it turns out. Tried that. Any other questions? You have now seen the 2 hardest bits of syntax that we will do all day. So it's pretty much downhill from here. That's also just about everything you can physically do with WMI. Showed you how to read information, and I showed you how to execute methods. Now, how many of you use System Center Configuration Manager? How many of you have noticed that the WMI repository gets corrupted? Yeah. All of you have got corrupted repositories, but if you don't use System Center Configuration Manager, you pretty much don't realize it. But search for rebuild WMI repository on the intertubes, and there are some steps to follow. That problem should go away in Windows 7. They really firmly believe that they have fixed that in Windows 7. If they didn't, you should bug it in connect.microsoft.com, because as of last year, WMI is now owned by the PowerShell team. So the same consistency and quality that we're starting to see in PowerShell will hopefully begin to come to WMI. That said, let me give you a little bit of heads up about WMI's future. Number one, it's not going away. But Microsoft wants admins to have to deal with it less because it's ugly. They're fine with developers dealing with ugly because, well, they're just developers. Who cares? This first example here, what's the practical upshot of that? It's rebooting computer, right? The first one. More and more, we're getting task-specific commandlets to do these things for us. Now, those commandlets might use WMI internally, but I don't care. I get a nice, consistent, help-filed, help restart computer, computer name, credential, blah-de-de, blah, blah. The combination of parameters here leads me to believe that this is probably using WMI under the hood, but I don't have to care. So more and more, Microsoft is hoping to give us commandlets to use as our surface instead of WMI. So, and that story is getting better and better with every new version of Windows. Any more questions? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We are going to... Okay, at this point, I have kind of shown you guys all the commands that I really, really wanted to show you. I've shown you how to sort, shown you how to filter, shown you how to select. I showed you that ugly syntax where you can make the custom column. Showed you the ugly syntax with the for each to enumerate through, showed you how to execute a method, showed you WMI. Showed you a few of the easy commands, get process, get service, stuff like that. Just something that'll return some data so that you can play with it. My goal isn't to teach you all 210 remaining commandlets at all, because the commandlets are what they are. You know, you're going to be able to read the help, you're going to be able to figure out the syntax, and you're going to be able to run it. Now I kind of want to show you some of the different ways in which you can use these commands. So we're going to do two big things. We're going to take one of the commands I've already run, and we're going to put some structure around that to make it into a commandlet, sort of, in script. So we're actually going to build this thing up to the point where it looks and feels like a commandlet. We're going to create our own module that we could distribute to peers, colleagues, or whoever else so that they can load it and just consume that without having to know the nasty syntax that we had to figure out. The second thing I'm going to do is take that and turn it into a GUI-based tool that you could distribute to a user who could double-click it, get a nice little dialog box, push a button, and get some information to pop up. We're going to continue to work with fairly simplistic commands because what the command is doing is not important here. What's important here is how we're packaging that command. Given that, any command could be packaged that way, but by using something simple, it frankly lets me save some of the screen space for the actual structure that we're going to be working on. The last big thing we'll do is really digging into this concept of piping information from one command to another, to another, to another. And I'll show you some really, really cool tricks, especially with some of the Active Directory commands, as well as some of the other add-in commands that are in Windows Server 2008 R2. However, in order to do all of that, we have to move from using the command, the shell, interactively, typey, typey, enter, typey, typey, enter, into scripting. And before we can move into scripting, we need to talk about the shell's security architecture, because the security architecture plays around that scripting. Now, you guys, VBScript again? Okay. You remember that VBScript kind of had a checkered past with security? VBScript was the way that a lot of viruses, I love you, Melissa Code Red, a lot of these got into our environments. So when Microsoft sat down and said, hey, we're thinking about doing a new command shell, and it's going to have a scripting language in it, alarms went off in the building, and they evacuated the building, and blew up the life rafts and put on the flotation vests and everything else. Well, PowerShell's development started after the Trustworthy Computing Initiative. You remember that? Bill got up and said, sorry, and we're going to do better. Well, what he meant by we're going to do better was this. Every product team at Microsoft has, and I swear I'm not making this up, a security buddy. And the security buddy's job is to help them architect software in a way that is secure. So the PowerShell team's security buddy is the guy who wrote the book Writing Secure Code. So pretty solid security buddy. So let me tell you what PowerShell's goals are for security, and then we can judge how well it meets those goals. PowerShell is not a security layer. PowerShell does not give you any capabilities that you don't already have. PowerShell does not add or remove any permissions for anything. It is a tool. So would you be comfortable with me giving Active Directory users and computers to maybe an admin assistant in your company? Sure. You should be, because if your permissions in the directory are set up, there's nothing that person can do that they couldn't do anyway. If you've delegated them some permissions, some companies will delegate maybe the ability to unlock an account. And that's a perfectly decent tool. Yeah, there's a lot of things in there that that person won't have permission to do, but it's just showing them things that they don't have permission to do. PowerShell's the same way. The reason it's safe to have PowerShell installed by default on every computer is because you can't do anything that you couldn't do anyway. Could a user use PowerShell to delete every file on their computer? Yeah, but they could use Explorer to do the same thing. Could you as an admin use PowerShell to delete every user in the domain? Sure, but you can do that already, probably through 3 different ways. Can PowerShell completely break the Active Directory schema? Well, yeah, if you have permissions, but you've got other tools that could do that too. It's just a tool. So given that it has no security impact, PowerShell's security goal is not to prevent people from running commands. Look, you and I both know it's difficult enough to walk a user through a GUI, a wizard, over the phone, right? Yep, we're going to configure the new click next, no, click back, wait, reboot. There's no way you're going to talk a user through typing a command in PowerShell like some of the ones I've been typing. They're just going to get it wrong, and it's going to get an error, and it's not going to work. So there's no goal in PowerShell of stopping users from using PowerShell. The goal, though, is to prevent users from accidentally or unintentionally running an untrusted script. Because you could put some really complicated malicious stuff into a script, and if you can get the user to run the script, then bad things might happen. So the first thing PowerShell does is the PS1 file name extension, which is what it uses for its scripts, is not an executable file type. Not like it was in VB script days. If you want to double-click a PS1 file, it opens in Notepad, which is interesting, but not dangerous. Number two, when you run a script, you have to provide a path to it. In other words, let's say I have a script here in the shell, and I probably do. I've got this cool hash table example.ps1. If I type that and I hit tab, PowerShell automatically adds this path in there for me. That path means the current folder. If I take that out and hit enter, it won't run. It does, however, have a suggestion. Hey, I found a script with that name. If you want to run that, you have to provide a path, idiot. So that prevents a script from looking like a built-in command. Scripts always have a path. Commands never have a path. That's number two. Number three, and this is the biggie, is the execution policy. Mine is set to remote signed. The default up. There we go. Actually, you know what? Let's just look at help set execution policy. There we go. The default execution policy on a fresh PowerShell installation is restricted. Restricted means scripts don't run. The way you change that is to be a local admin and run set execution policy. This is stored in HKey local machine. It's a machine-wide setting, and users can't touch it. You have to be a local admin to write to HKey local machine. How many of your users are local admins all the time? Well, hopefully not many. Work on that. Alternately, you can control this through group policy, and group policy overrides the local setting. In fact, if I were to run set execution policy and I had a group policy, it would say, hey, I changed the execution policy, but it's not going to work, by the way, because there's a group policy in effect, which is good. So you can centrally control this. The worst level is unrestricted. Unrestricted means all scripts run all the time, have a good day, and when you're on CNN explaining why you were hit with the first PowerShell virus, admit that it was your fault because you set the execution policy too low. The other two options are where we want to play. Remote signed says that any script stored locally on my computer, except those that were retrieved from the internet, do not need to be signed and they will run. This is convenient. It is reasonably secure. All signed says that all scripts have to be signed or they won't run. Period. Easy. Now, security is always, 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 always a compromise between convenience and security. If you want your environment to be more secure, use all signed. What does that mean for you as an admin writing scripts? A little bit more work. Let me make it a little bit less work. If you use a commercial script editor, any of them, Primal Script, PowerShell Plus, PowerGUI, they can all be configured to automatically sign your scripts every time you hit save. You have to hit save anyway, right? So that pretty much makes the security transparent. Let's talk about how these signatures work. First of all, what is this? This is a driver's license. More accurately, this is a certificate. It is an ID. It is attesting to my identity. It is issued by a certification authority called the Nevada DMV. Now, where do you live? If I take this to Michigan into a bar, will they let me drink?
Yes.
Yes. Because every single one of the 50 states trusts the CAs from the other 50 states. And the reason they do is because we all have basically the same procedure for getting one of these. Before Nevada handed this to me, I had to take them a copy of my birth certificate, and they had to verify my identity and verify my age, and then they handed me this certificate attesting to those facts. So really what this is a statement by a trusted third party that my vital signs are accurate. If it came out in the news that Nevada was just handing these out to anybody who cared to fill out an application, do you think that the bar in your state would continue to accept my ID? No, they would not. And so when we talk about trusting a certification authority, we're saying that we trust the identity verification process. Now, to sign a script, you need a Class 3 code signing certificate. These retail for about $900 a year because the identity verification process is quite extensive. Most certification authorities, like VeriSign, will want to see your company. They're not issued to people, by the way. They're only issued to companies. They want to see your Dun & Bradstreet credit report. They want to see the company's articles of incorporation. They might verify that the company exists in a phone directory locally. They want some third party, several means of determining that this company is who they say they are before they issue you an ID attesting to that fact. So let's see something here. This is a Windows Server 2008 R2 computer. This is a fun experiment for you to repeat at home on an XP machine. Go to your control panel. I hate this view. Internet options. Security, no, content, publishers, trusted root certification authorities. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9. XP has 130 by default. This list can also be controlled through group policy. This is a list of the root certification authorities that I trust to hand out accurate IDs. When you look at that list on your computer, if you don't know what process they use, you should take them off of this list until you find out. Because this is the key to most of the security in Windows.
So in theory, if you have your own certificate infrastructure and your servers in there, you could do your own Class 3 code signing.
How many of you have your own PKI? If your computers all trust your root certification authority, which they should, because that's kind of the whole point, then your PKI can issue you a Class 3 code signing certificate, and it will work to sign scripts in your environment, in which case it will cost you whatever hassle you have to go through to get a certificate and nothing more. And that is an excellent way to go. And by the way, you can get a free certification authority. It comes with Windows Certificate Services. Takes a little bit of planning to make sure it's backed up properly and everything else, but it's not a huge deal. So any of us can get a certificate. A lot of us don't even have to pay for it, and you can use those to sign your scripts. You just need to make sure that your CA shows up on this list, which can be done through group policy. So once you select the appropriate execution policy for your environment, if you don't have a script editor to sign your scripts, you're going to use the set authenticode signature commandlet. Give it the path to your certificate, the path to the script, and it will sign it for you. It'll add that whole gobbledygook signature block right at the end of the script. So let's talk about something for a second. If I have a script that has been signed, does that guarantee that the script is non-malicious? But if it is malicious, I can track the bastard down and kill him. Because his ID, his signature, is embedded in the script itself. The signature also guarantees that the script has not been modified since it was signed. So if I get a signed script and it executes and it breaks everything, I not only know who the author was, but I know that that's what he meant to happen. He can't say, oh, no, somebody must have modified it. No, because the signature's intact, dude. Meet my baseball bat. So my recommendation is that you work with the all-signed security policy. There are plenty of tools to eliminate the inconvenience of that. I will tell you why I have that recommendation. Do you remember what we talked about before lunch about having things happen automatically every time you open the shell? It's in a profile. That's a script. Now understand, PowerShell's job is not to be anti-malware software. It is not antivirus. It is not anti-spyware. You still need those things. How many of you have them? Good. Once a piece of malware gets on your system, you're owned. And that piece of malware has got a lot of different ways it can mess with you without having to use PowerShell at all. However, one of the easiest things for a piece of malware to do is to write to a text file that is in your documents folder. How many of you have permission to your documents folder? This is the whole point. So it's very simple for a piece of malware to create or modify your profile script and put get AD user pipe remove AD user. Because you are typically going to be opening the shell as an administrator, you are going to have permission to do that thing, and you're not even going to know that that was in your profile until it's done happening. However, with the all-signed security policy and a signed profile script, any modification to it will result in PowerShell displaying an error when it opens, and it will not execute your script. So you're not only safe, but you have been informed that something happened. Yes, there are still 20 other ways that that same piece of malware could have gone about wiping you out, but that's a very easy one, and it's very easy to stop if you're using the all-signed security policy. Does that make sense to everybody? My suggestion is that you go home, get a group policy in place, set it to restricted until you make an alternate decision. Once you've made an alternate decision, apply it to those computers where it is needed. If people don't need to be executing scripts, you're not going to deploy logon scripts. They don't need to execute scripts, then they don't need permission to run the scripts.
Next question on that, you said this is just a registry setting. So I'm thinking for our deployment solution, getting away from DB scripts to PowerShell, in theory I could load a reg hack, run a bunch of scripts, and then at the very end, reset the reg hack to
I would not reg hack around with this. Deploying a reg hack to turn this on and then running a script and then deploying a reg hack to turn it off isn't necessary. Again, this is intended to stop people from unintentionally running scripts. If you want to have a script temporarily run, you're going to kick it off from a batch file or something like that. You would run PowerShell.exe, and this allows you to specify the script file that you want it to run, and it allows you to specify an alternate execution policy for that execution of the shell. You don't need to reg hack it. Remember, this isn't malware prevention. This is just designed to stop users from accidentally doing something stupid, like click on me postcard.ps1. By default, it is set to restricted. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Start, transcript, PowerShell, master class, darn it. Okay. It is set to restricted, and the only reason I like to put that group policy out there is just to make sure that there's not some random developer who's got admin privileges on his machine changing that without coming to me and asking for it. Plus, it's fun to mess with those guys. That's why we get the coarse brown robes and the rope belts and everything else, because we're in control of the dark cave called the data center. So that's the scripting security. With that in mind, now let's move on and start doing something with it. I think the first thing I want to do is just make a simple parameterized script. We're going to walk through several different versions of these, and what I'm going to do is I'm not only going to give you the, let's take this one. This is a nice sort of simple copy. Oh. Paste. So let's make this a parameterized script. Let's say we've got some really complicated command, and what was the example that we don't want to leave hard-coded in here? It was the computer name, right? So let's do this. This is now a parameterized script. The orange thing is a PowerShell variable. In PowerShell, variable names can consist of letters, underscores, and numbers. God help us, they can include spaces too. That's a variable. You have to put the curly braces around it if the variable name contains spaces. Who thinks that this is a wonderful idea? Who would smack someone who did this in your shop? Yeah, I'll buy that. That's a good call. I'll support you in court. The dollar sign is not a part of the variable name. The dollar sign has special meaning to the shell. The dollar sign says that what follows is a variable name, and I want to access the contents of that variable. In the top, in the parameter block, I'm defining a parameter that will be called computer name. If this script is run without that parameter, then it will use the default I have provided, which is localhost. Who would rather prompt for a value? I can do that. So to use this, we would run whatever the name of the script is, which in this case is, always put a path, parameterized script dash computer name server R2, or we don't have to type all that out. We could just do that. Or these are always implicitly positional, so that will work as well. Nice, easy, simple. Who likes it? Awesome. We can do much better. A problem I have with this is that every single tiny little tool I come up with is going to have to go into a separate file, which means I'm going to have this big wodge of files that I have to carry around or put on the file server or something else. What I'd like to be able to do is put a bunch of these into a single file. Who'd like to do that? Yeah. That's easier to work with long term. So let's just copy this, and we'll make a new file, and we'll call this a simple function. Paste. Now turning this into a function is actually quite difficult. We're going to need to indent that, put a curly brace there, and then put function get stuff there. And that's it. So now it would be used in any of these ways. Simple, right? And I can have as many of those functions as I want in this individual file. Does that make sense? Let's talk about how I would actually load them into the shell, because that's what we want to happen, right? In fact, let's make another one. We'll call this one get something else. And we'll just have it write hello, just so we have two functions in here. So I'm going to come down to the shell. And there it is, simple function.ps1. Okay, so let's run it. Simple function. Okay, it ran. So what was the first function that we created? Get stuff. So let's just get stuff. Doesn't work. Well, here's the thing. PowerShell has this system of containerization called scope. And this shell that I'm in right now is the top level scope. It's called the global scope. Everything lives inside of here. Everything that happens in the shell happens in the shell, which is kind of metaphysical, I guess. When I run a script, it creates a new wrapper, a new container, or a new scope, and everything that happens in the script happens in that scope. So here's what happened. I ran the script. The shell created a scope. The script ran and defined those two functions, and then the script finished. And that scope went away, and everything that happened inside of it went away. So those functions no longer exist. They existed for a brief, fleeting moment, like a butterfly. And they were beautiful, but they're not here anymore. So what we need to do is to find a way to run this without creating that container around it first, so that we can have those functions run and stay in the global shell. And the way to do that is through the power of more punctuation. Dot, space. I just dot sourced my script, meaning I ran it in the current scope. So it ran, and those two functions were defined, and then the script ended, and those two functions are still there. Get stuff. Enter computer name. Okay, server-r2. Excellent. So that's how you could put a bunch of functions into one file, give it to a colleague, or even use it yourself, and load all of those functions into the shell at a single time. Who likes it? Who thinks there must be a better way? There's a better way. We're going to work up to it. I'm sorry? Can I get rid of that? Well, that's the thing. There is no context. So the only way for me to get rid of it would be to close the shell, thereby destroying the global scope that it's all contained in and making me have to run a new transcript, which I don't want to do. So the other thing you can do is look at the function drive. Oh, I didn't tell you guys about this thing. We'll do this in a second. There it is, get stuff and get something else. Del function get stuff. Del function get something else. So PowerShell has this whole system of PS providers. And it attaches different forms of storage to the shell and makes them all look like disk drives. So you can see that I have a function drive that points to the function storage for PowerShell. There's also an alias drive. Who thinks you can delete a built-in alias? You can. You can delete them all if you want to. But it doesn't matter, because when you open the shell again, they all get redefined. I've got a cert drive that points to my certificate store. You'll notice I have an HKCU and HKLM drive that points to the registry. You can get providers that will hook up to Active Directory, to SQL Server. This hooks up to Web Services for Management, which is part of the remoting functionality. So you have lots of different things. So what I just did is I went into the function drive and manually deleted those two functions so that they're gone. So here's the next thing I want to try and do. Looking at this function here, what's the only way for me to get a computer name into this function? I have to specify it as a parameter, right? The dash computer name parameter. What if I want to pipe in a bunch of computer names? Wouldn't that be useful? Let's do that instead. I'm just going to take this out since it's a little spurious. Save that. Let's create a new file. And we'll call this one pipeline function. And we're just going to take this same dude and paste it in. And what I want to be able to do here is say get content from a file called names.txt and pipe it to get stuff, or maybe get AD computer, blah. There's a lot of other ways. The point is, wherever I can get computer names from, I want to pipe them in and have it work. Well, that's what we're going to do. And the way we're going to do it is to get rid of that parameter. This is the third coolest thing in the shell. Done. That usage will now work. Yep. Was there a question? Oh, just an exclamation of appreciation, or?
Where are you specifying names.txt?
Let me walk through it first.
Wow.
So here's what happens. I run get content. Get content reads text files. Is anybody familiar with the DOS command type or the Unix command cat? Those are both aliases for get content. So all it's doing is reading a text file. It's taking the names in that text file and piping them to get stuff. Ignoring what goes on in get stuff for right now, is everybody that far? I got names, I piped them to get stuff, and then a miracle occurs, right? So let's talk about the miracle. When getStuff executes, the first thing that happens is PowerShell runs whatever is in the begin block, and it runs it one time. What's in the begin block? Nothing. So that's pretty easy to figure out. What's going to happen? Nothing. Awesome. The next thing it does is PowerShell looks and sees how many objects were piped in. Let's say that that text file contains 5 computer names. So how many objects were piped in? 5. It executes the process block one time for each item that was piped in. So how many times will the process block execute? 5. Each time it fills in that $_ with one of the objects that was piped in. So the first time it executes process, $_ has the first computer name. The second time, it has the second computer name. You see how the pattern kind of goes? Once it has run process every single time that it needs to, it executes the end block one time. Make more sense now? The magic is in the $_. Now, I have chosen to put that into the computer name variable just because it makes it easier for me to keep track of what's in there. I could just as easily have put $_ at the end of this line, and it would have worked exactly the same. I didn't need to stick it in a special variable. It just makes it easier for me to keep track of, because I think $_ is a little abstract. Why do I have the beginning and the end if they're just empty? I don't have to. I tend to put them in here because I think they look nice. Now, what I might do in one of those in a different scenario is maybe begin would create a database connection. That connection could be used in process, and then end might close that database connection. Or begin might create a new text file, like a log file, and end might close it or something like that. So if it's you have setup and cleanup, that's where they go. If they're empty, you can leave them out. I tend to put them in here just because it helps me keep the structure straight in my head.
In the pound sign a remark type symbol?
The pound sign indicates a comment. That line will be ignored.
So then how does it get the content of the names text file if it's being ignored?
Right now, this script is not actually executing get stuff. Just because when the function is listed here, it gets defined. The function currently in this script is never being executed. That is how you would execute it, but it is not being executed.
How many times does it execute process?
One time for each thing that gets piped in. So it depends on how many names we pipe in. You want to see it work? Yeah, I kind of thought you might. So I'm going to leave that usage comment in the file because when you guys get home, I want you to have that as a reference. But understand that line 10 doesn't do anything. It's just text. Right, I could put that there too, and it's not going to change anything. This is just a comment. So I'm going to come down to the shell. The first thing I need to do is load that function into the shell, which I'm going to do by dot sourcing it. So if I look at dir of the function drive, there's get stuff. Now I'm going to run it. First of all, I need to see if I have a names file. I don't. Notepad names.txt. Server R2 localhost. Close. Get content names.txt. Remember I told you, one thing at a time. Let's just do that. Who expected that to happen? Good. We're all on the same page. Right? I can do way better.
The beginning of the class plugged in the SQL thing. Can you be able to pipe the output from like the SQL query into that?
What you can pipe from one thing to another depends on how each of those two things was written, and we are going to cover that. Yep. So is pretty much everybody at least hesitantly got your finger on the pulse?
How many times does it execute begin and if there's 5 things in the pipe?
I'm saying that
How many times would it execute begin if there's 5 things in the pipe?
if there's 5 things in the pipe, it executes begin once.
And then end is the same thing?
End is once.
So end is like a destructor?
Yes. If you want to call it a constructor destructor, sure, that's fair. It's not accurate if you're a full-time developer, but it's close enough. We're all friends here. Here's the thing. Back over here, when I had this param block, I could specify a single computer name on a parameter. Over here, I can pipe in a bunch of names, but I no longer have a param block. There is no dash computer name parameter. I have to do one or the other. Who would like to make a great big command that can do either? This gets a little ugly. Save this as advanced function. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay, what I've done right now is I've kind of regressed this thing. I've taken several steps back, and I've given it a dash computer name parameter. It's only expecting one computer name, and it's just going to run that command. This is our core functionality. So that's why I call it a worker. This is actually doing the work that I want done. In order to get the magic of accepting a parameter or pipeline input, I have to create a separate structure which will really just be the user interface. And it'll figure out where the input was coming from, either a parameter or from the pipeline, and it will direct it into this appropriately either way. So this next thing I'm doing is not actually doing a lot of useful work. It's just setting up the structure for the useful work. Since it's what I want users to actually touch, I'm going to give it a commandlet style name, get stuff. One time I wasn't paying attention, And sometimes it's a little hard to type and talk at the same time, and I typed get stuffed several times before I realized what I was doing. And everybody else just thought it was fun. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Begin, process, end. And we're going to put a param block in here. So now I need to turn this into what's called an advanced function. This is a new feature in PowerShell version 2. And kind of the informal name that we all call it is a script commandlet. This thing is going to look, feel, and behave like a real built-in, wrote it in C# commandlet. But we're going to do it entirely in this scripting kind of way. None of this is really programming, by the way. We're just adding some declarative structure to our command. There's no if-thens, there's no for nexts yet. There will be in a minute. So, commandlet binding tells the shell that I want to use commandlet style parameters. And I want to create a parameter here. These two lines go together. All I'm doing is specifying some attributes for this parameter. One of those attributes is that it is mandatory. And another attribute is that it accepts value from, or no, actually just value from pipeline. Value from pipeline equals true. And brace yourself. Value from pipeline by property name equals true. All right, that's enough typing. So let me just write out the different ways in this that I want this to be used. The first is I want to be able to run get stuff with a single computer name. I want to be able to run get stuff with multiple computer names on the parameter. I want to be able to pipe in a bunch of strings and not specify a parameter. And I also want to be able to, you guys kind of feeling a little awake now? Because this is the ugly part. Eek. Everybody remember this? Let's talk about those for a second. Who gets the first one? That's easy. We've been doing that all day. Second one? Make pretty good sense? Getting a bunch of names, stuff them in a computer name? Yeah. Why isn't it in curly brackets? Because there's so much punctuation we have to use it all. The parentheses are forcing, so I'm not actually passing that command as a parameter to computer name. The parentheses are making that command run first, and its output goes into the dash computer name. If I put them in parentheses, then dash computer name would actually be getting the command text, which isn't what I want.
With the lines 21 and 22, which one's preferred? Like if you have the ability to do both, which one's you more?
Of 20 and 20, of 20 and 21, which is preferred? 21 and 22, which is preferred, doesn't matter. There's 12 ways to do everything in PowerShell. Whichever way you remember is the right way. There's literally no difference. So the next one, get content names.txt pipe to get stuff. That's pretty much what we just did in the last step. Everybody's okay there? So what we're doing there is we're taking a bunch of strings, computer names, strings of characters, and sending them into the commandlet. The next one's a little bit trickier. I'm getting a bunch of computers from Active Directory, and I'm changing the name property into computer name because I want the property name to match my parameter name. That's going to let PowerShell connect the two. And you'll see more of that in a moment. So it's just a different way of getting the computer names into getStuff. So that's what they're all doing. Now I need to actually make this work. At this point, if I just ran getStuff with nothing else going on, PowerShell would see that it's a mandatory parameter, and it would automatically prompt me for it. Can you do getStuff what? Could you use server R2 positionally? Yes, no. No. But hold that, and I'll show you how. When you're using this form, if you want it to be a positional parameter, you actually have to tell it that, and I haven't done so. But I can. It's another one of those attributes. Would you like to see it first? Help about functions advanced parameters. I don't do positional that often, so I have to find it. There it is, position equals 0. That should have been pretty obvious. Now it'll work. So now I can add that to the list. That's what you're asking, right? Yep, excellent. No, 24 and 25 aren't redundant. Nope. Nope, you'll see why. They're extra magical, actually. Surprised Apple didn't invent them. So, here's the trick. If you don't pipe anything in to one of these commandlets that's constructed, or one of these functions that's constructed this way, the process script block will still run one time. Process runs once for each thing you pipe in, but if you pipe in nothing, it still runs once, just so that your code will execute. Okay? All right. I'm just going to type it, and then I'll explain it. Don't yell at me. If PS bound parameters contains key computer name, oh, I always miss that. There we go. Ha! And we're done. Go home. All right. So here's what's going on. Remember that the process script block is always going to execute at least one time, no matter what happens. So PowerShell has this built-in thing called PS bound parameters. And it contains all the parameters that were actually manually typed. So if someone typed -computer name, or even if they used it positionally, then -computer name will be in this PS bound parameters. Did I spell that right? Parameter, yeah. So if it contains the key computer name, then we got parameter input. When we get parameter input, we didn't pipe anything into this parameter. Someone typed it instead. That means process is only going to execute once. Computer name may contain multiple computer names. So I'm using a for each loop to go through each one of them. So if computer name contains 5 names, then this for each loop will execute 5 times. Each time it'll pull one name out and put it in the $name variable. And I'm passing that on to my worker function. Alternately, if we did not get parameter input, if we got pipeline input instead, then the process block is already going to be executing once for each computer name I was given, and it'll put them in the automatic $_ placeholder for me. So I send that off to my worker function. So either way input is provided, it gets to my worker function. If it came in through the pipeline, I have a very simple task. If the input came to me through a parameter, I have to enumerate, or we call it, I have to unwind that myself so that I'm just getting one thing at a time off to my worker.
Where do you define a variable $name?
That is its definition in the for each construct.
You don't have to define it anywhere else.
PowerShell doesn't really go in for defining variables.
Okay, that's what you piss off.
Part of the way that works is I'm giving it a variable that I want it to use. And so it just does.
TFM.
Sort of. Definitely a little bit of magic involved. A lot of programming on Microsoft's part. Let's see it. Oh, I hate this part. Let's make it slightly more complicated before I run it. Just out of curiosity, how many of you prefer computer name as a parameter name? What's another word you might use instead of computer name? Machine. Host. Host. Let's use host. So now I can type computer name or host. Okay? Now, the problem is I've already got to get stuff in here, so I need to delete it. I might have the other one in there too. No, just get stuff, okay. Del function get stuff. Let's see, did we save that? Yes, we did. Oh boy. Advanced function. Get stuff, computer name, server-r2. Worked. Get stuff, parameter, but multiples this time. We did parameter with one, now we're doing parameters with multiple. There we go. Now we're going to pipe in strings. Awesome. Import module Active Directory. Get AD computer dash filter star pipe to select object. Give me a computer name instead of name. Oops. Pipe to get stuff. Nope, that's still good. It's RPC server unavailable. I've just got computers in my domain that aren't actually existing on the network, so it tried them at least. So, sweet.
What about no input?
Oh, what about no input? Get dash stuff. Well, we didn't do this. We didn't do positional. That works. And it's mandatory, so I get prompted. Oh yeah, get stuff dash host server dash R2. This is a lot of pressure to do this all on the fly. I mean, how many of you watch food TV? Right? Bobby Flay never does that. It's like, look, you mix it all in, you put it in the oven, look, it's done already. I call that Julia Childing a demo, and I really hate it. So, you can see it works. I know there's a lot there. This is the most complicated kind of construct you can do in PowerShell. Now, that whole parameter block I've got up there can have a lot of other things added to it. There's a whole set of validation attributes. So you can have the shell validate that input is within a certain range, that it contains certain items. There's a whole bunch of different validation things you can add, and the shell will actually check the input for you and spit out errors for you if the person provides the wrong kind of input. So it's pretty sweet. I still have a problem, though, and that's this whole dot sourcing thing. I just hate it. And that's because if I want to get it out of the shell, I have to go delete it myself. There's no undot source. Delete function, get stuff. I'll show you the other problem. You know that worker function that I don't want anyone to see? Del function stuff worker. Okay, let's do something else then. I'm going to just save this slightly differently. My documents folder, I'm going to create a folder called Windows PowerShell. This is the same folder where you would put your profile. We talked about that. In here, I'm going to create a folder called Modules. And in here, I'm going to create a folder for my module called My Awesome Module. And I need to make sure that my file name is the same. My Awesome Module .psm1. Get module dash list available. See it? Import module, my awesome module, get stuff, host server R2, remove module, my awesome module, dir, function, gone. Now when you make a module like this, by default, PowerShell will expose everything in here, which means I've got both of my functions exposed. You can change that by giving it explicit instructions about what it's supposed to expose. For example, let's create a new alias called GSF, and we'll alias that to our getStuff function. And then export module member getStuff and export module member GSF. Save it again. Go down to the shell, import module my awesome module, GSF host server R2. Dang it. That was so awesome right up till then. Perfect. And if I look at function, there's getStuff, but you'll notice stuff worker has been hidden because I did not explicitly expose it. So here's that syntax again.
Why wouldn't you want it exposed?
Because I want people using this, because this has got all the parameter attributes. And I'm not really exercising any control over this. So if they use it directly, they might do something goofy. I don't trust people.
I'm a non-programmer.
Well, what I'm doing is I've created an interface that behaves in a certain way. And I want to force people to use that interface so that they're constrained to those behaviors. This is kind of the behind-the-scenes raw functionality, and I don't want to mess in with that. They might break it.
So I would think that if you're going to use the AD input, grabbing stuff from would you want to just make that an alias as well?
Oh, you mean forget AD computer? Oh, I don't know. It might already define one for it. I don't know. It might. You certainly could. So, big, ugly, gorilla-shaped construct. Questions? You would use this anytime you had built some really big, obnoxious command that took you a long time to build, and that might be very delicate, and you only want people to mess with the computer name or this parameter, and so you're basically writing a wrapper around your big, ugly command so that people can only touch certain bits of it, so that you're going to give it to someone dumber than you, like a user.
One example that I was working on was I wanted to make sure the information in Active Directory that we had our serial numbers for the clients matched what the computers.
That is an excellent example. So putting stuff into Active Directory, rather than just letting people have access to the raw command where they could type any old goofy thing they wanted to, he's wrapped this in a function so that he can validate that data before he actually fires off the command. In an Exchange world, you might want to limit somebody to using a specific set of Exchange servers. So you write a wrapper around the commandlet, you take away their access to the server name parameter, and it can only use one of the values you provide. An interesting fact about these functions is that if you provide a function that has the same name as a commandlet, access to the commandlet disappears except from within that function. So you can literally write a proxy that prevents someone from having full access to an underlying commandlet. Instead, they can only access it through the interface that you create, which might be limited and verified and everything else. It gives you a lot of control over how people run commands in the environment. Good? Let's look at, go ahead. Yeah, in this case, because it's positional, I'm not giving it, in the last example, I'm not using the parameter at all. That input is going in through the pipeline. And I'll show you in a minute. We haven't got there yet, but I'll show you why it works that way. You could absolutely, yeah, what I would do is I would put the whole thing into a module and then in my profile import that. But you could dump this right into the profile as well. You just couldn't use the export module member trick. What else you got? Okay, we're going to take a sideways trip because I want to talk more about this last use case. And this will be a bit of a repeat for the guys who are in my super fast crash course, but I'll go slightly slower this time. Write that down. We're going to talk about why that works. Because this is how, and this is basically your question, this is how you can tell what commands are able to connect to one another like so many sets of Legos. When you run get service all by itself, you don't have to write the rest of this down. Just keep that basic command written down or in your head. When you run get service, PowerShell puts the services into the pipeline. Now, specifically, it puts a type of object called a system.serviceProcess.serviceController into the pipeline. Just to kind of keep the conversation from getting out of control, let's agree that we can nickname this as a service controller. We'll just take the last part. So when we run get service, we put service controllers into the pipeline. When PowerShell sees this, it runs the first command, puts the service controllers into the pipeline, and then it looks at the second command. And it says to itself, I've got all these service controllers, and I need to know where to put them. I have to put them on one of that thing's parameters, but I need to figure out which one. So let's look at the help for stop service. Do any of the parameters for stop service accept a service controller as their input? Dash input object. So PowerShell looks at this and goes, okay, dash input object is a candidate. I could potentially give all these service controllers over to it. I need to see if dash input object accepts pipeline input by value. In other words, is it capable of taking these objects from the pipeline? So we're going to scroll down in the full help this time to dash input object. Does dash input object accept pipeline input by value? It certainly does. And so all those input objects will go over to that parameter. Now to get back to our little example here, that's the same as this. I'm producing a bunch of objects, and because my computer name parameter does not specify what kind of object it wants, it will take all of them. Is that a good idea? Probably not. What are we really looking for here? Strings. So let's tell PowerShell that this only takes strings. That'll help prevent anybody from piping in a service to it or a process, something that just wouldn't make any sense. So now PowerShell will only take strings, but that means this will still work because that's what that produces, is strings. Let's look at another example. Write that down. This is the next thing we're going to try and walk through the shell's logic. Get service, pipe, stop, process. Now, who thinks that's a nonsensical set of semantics? Why would the shell execute that, right? Well, let's look and see what the shell would do. We already know what type of object get service puts into the pipeline. Is that correct? A service controller? Let's look at the help for stop process. Do you see any parameters of stop process that will accept a service controller? No. So the by value mode has failed. PowerShell now needs to move on to the backup plan, which is called by property name. Let's look at the full help for stop process and see which parameters accept pipeline input by property name. Dash force does not. Dash ID does. So write down ID. That's one option. Dash input object does not accept by property name. We've already failed the by value mode, so that doesn't matter. Dash name accepts pipeline input by property name, so write that down. That's another candidate. Dash pass through does not. Dash confirm does not. Dash what if does not. So we're left with two potential parameters, which are what? Let's look at our service controller objects again. Does it have a name property? It's the first one. It's okay if it's a weird type of property. It's still a property. Does it have an ID? No. So when I run this, because the entire service object cannot be directly attached by value to a parameter, PowerShell next tries to attach individual properties. Because our input objects have a name property, and our second command has a name parameter that accepts pipeline input by property name, the simple fact that those two names match means the name property of my services will be attached to the name parameter of stop process. Now, how often does the name of a service correspond to its actual process name? It's rare. Who dares me to hit enter? I'm just going to add a little insurance. 2, yeah, a couple scrolled by. Let's go ahead and hit Control C. I know I saw one in there. There's one. So MSDTC, its service name and its process name happen to match, so it would have tried to stop it. So that's how you can tell when two commands are able to be plugged together. In our little example, this last use case, getAdComputer is producing computer objects. I don't have a parameter capable of accepting computer objects. The computer name parameter accepts a string. So the by value input mode will fail. Next, PowerShell is going to see if those computer objects have a property name that matches my parameter name. Well, my parameter name is dash computer name. Computer objects don't have a computer name property by default. They have a name property. So I have renamed it. Technically, I've added a new property called computer name that contains the original name property contents. That makes the computer name property match my computer name parameter name, and so pipeline binding will occur by property name. And that's why I have that last attribute there, to indicate that I want my computer name parameter to hook up to a computer name property if one shows up.
What if, in our example, ID and name both showed up?
Uh-huh.
One had, let's just say, accurate data in it, the other one didn't. Is there a preference, or how
There is a precedence, and it goes on it's based on how the commandlet itself is written. If I look at help for stop process, I would say that the ID parameter would probably win out because it's the first parameter set listed. That's generally how they're written. Some of them get a little bit more complex than that, but that's generally how it goes.
So if that was the one with false information,
Then it would probably have stopped nothing, yeah.
okay. Is there a way to override that?
Not really.
Okay.
No. Now, this is my cool trick. It's Las Vegas. This is the one where the showgirls come in and do the high kicks and everything else. Do I have the Active Directory module imported? Anyone know? Yep, I have an AD drive, so I must. This commandlet has a couple of parameters. Read through some of them. They're mostly alphabetical. You'll see things like dash department, dash title, dash home phone, dash city, dash name, password. These are all things that we would normally type into the GUI when we're creating a new user, right? These are Active Directory schema attributes. That's what these align to. So those parameters are how you specify those things when you create a new user this way. Well, remember I told you, always look at the full help. You start getting into these things. Here's city and company. They accept pipeline input by property name, right? I've got a CSV file. Looks like this. I've created a header row, and I've simply made sure of two things. Number one, I've provided a column for every mandatory parameter of new AD user, which is name and SAM account name. I've also provided a department title and city, and I've made sure that those column headers correspond to the parameter names of new AD user. When I import this using import CSV, you can see the results. Each of my two data rows becomes an object, and they have properties corresponding to the CSV file's column headers. So since I did this trick earlier, bear with me for 1 second, because I don't think I remember to, nope, I didn't delete these guys. Bye-bye. Done. That easy. Because I was able to connect those two, and because all the parameter names lined up with the property names, yep, refreshing. There they are, and there they are. Because I didn't provide a password, they're disabled. So that's where this pipeline binding really comes in handy. Questions?
Can you use assembler script to append an existing AD user?
If you, any way you want to specify all those parameters, you can specify them. So if you want to pull together a script and have it pull that information from a database or wherever it's going to pull from, you can absolutely do that as well.
Okay, I want to use the CSV, but I want to type it into user that already exist. I want to pin the information.
You want to append the information. So new AD user is only capable of creating new users. But there is a set AD user, and it looks like it's got the same ones, and I'm betting that they bind pipeline input the same way. Can you set your passwords? Yeah, you can. There's a couple of ways you can do it. I believe the parameter of this one is called account password, but there's also set AD account password. So you've got a lot of different ways you can go about depending on exactly what your process is right then.
So you can give them some ugly password and probably set the blank to change password.
You can give them an ugly password and set the switch to must change password at next, whatever the parameter name is. Yeah, it's there. And then you email them the password because they can't log on to get it, but you tell them anyway. Did you email? Did you check your email?
So now, as long as the computer's on the domain, you're able to do all this stuff, right? Because you're doing it from the DC right now.
No, I'm actually not. My DC is running in the background.
So as long as you're on the domain.
Yeah, so let's talk about these AD commandlets real quick. They come with R2. They're present on any machine that has the Active Directory Domain Services role installed. They can be installed on any R2 machine or any Win7 machine. And by default, they talk to your logon domain. So that's why when I run get ps drive, that's why I actually have an AD drive. Now, if I change to that AD drive, I can map another drive to another domain. I can specify alternate credentials when I do so. Whenever you are in an Active Directory drive, all of the AD commandlets will inherit the credentials that were used to map that drive. So if you want to map to a different domain, all you have to do is change into it, and all your commands will start using that credential.
And if DCs are 2003?
If your DCs are 2003, you can still use these commandlets. You have to install the Active Directory Web Management Gateway Service thing, which is free. But that's what the commandlets talk to. You'll see it when I run get process, actually. It's this guy, that Microsoft.ActiveDirectory.webService or whatever. So that's a free download from Microsoft to retrofit a 2003 or 2008 RTM domain to be able to listen to these commandlets. Yeah? So it's 2:20. Let's take a break. Just about 10 minutes, if we can, just a quick bathroom and beverage break. We'll start back up at 2:30, maybe 2:35 if some folks haven't made it back. Slightly early. So I want to come back to this big honkin' function that we wrote, because there's something in here that I'm really not getting across with this example. This example is pulling information from one place, Win32 BIOS. How common is it, do you think, that you might need to pull information from multiple places to construct sort of a hybridized set of output? Yeah? Let me make a copy of this and show you how you would do that properly in PowerShell, because this is, I think, the one thing that as people really start to dive in and make reusable tools, that it's really easy to mess up. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing into a new file. See multiple source output. Paste. And I'm going to take this stuff out because this was really just all about the... we're not going to mess with this big structure here. We only need to mess with this worker function. So here's what I want to do. I want to get, let's see, BIOS serial number. How about that? Operating system version, service pack version, computer name. Does that sound?
Can you get the last person that was logged into it?
No. No, you actually physically can't get the last person who's logged into it. I can get who's logged into it now, but that goes through this whole sort of sorting through sessions and all that. That's a much bigger picture.
What about architecture, 32-bit versus 64-bit?
Oh, processor architecture. Oh, that's a good one. Let me see what the property is here. So first of all, let's just do get WMI object Win32 BIOS. And I'm going to have to make some notes here. So from BIOS, we want serial number. And then let's get Win32 operating system. And from, no, I want more than that. Let's see. I want build number. We'll grab the caption, which is the text description. Service pack major version. I don't know if processor architecture, you know what's probably in here is the OS architecture, 64-bit. But do you want the OS architecture or the processor? Because they're not necessarily the same, right?
Correct.
You want OS or processor?
Processor.
Okay, so let's look at GWMI Win32 processor. It's got to be in here. Architecture 9. Address width is good. Let's just use address width. I like that. All right, so from the proc, we want address width. Okay, I like that. 3 different places. This is awesome. Need to sit down. Okay. So we're already getting the BIOS information. So there's that.
Real quick question.
Yep.
What was the type command you used after they gave you the study and icon?
Oh, sorry. That stood for format list, FL, and I wanted all properties. Kind of a shortcut. Because if I had just gone through here and looked at architecture, I would have assumed it said x64, and it turns out it doesn't. So it's nice to kind of look at the real values. So next we're going to get, this is just a little copy-paste action here. Boom, boom. OS, proc, operating system, and unfortunately, yes, you do have to do this in 3 different calls because that's the way WMI is built. So at this point, I've got all the information stored in these variables. We are still sort of making the assumption that all computers are online all the time and that we can get to all of them. There's nothing in here that's prepared to deal with an error. We'll do that next. Here's how a typical PowerShell person, especially one poor guy that has some VBScript background, would approach this next. There's a commandlet in PowerShell called write host, and it writes directly to the console window. And so you'll write host your column headers, and then maybe write host little underlines to create like the table header, and then you'll start write hosting all these different properties that we want to look at. If you are using write host, you're doing it wrong. Just so you know. Now, I know sometimes people will say, well, I just want to use write host to put some trace code, some debugging code into my script. That would be write debug. I really just want to use write host to put some verbose output so I can kind of keep track of what my script is doing. That would be write verbose. If you want to write output, that would be write output. I just want to display warnings. You mean like I would do with write warning. The thing is, there's a way to put all this information out there without write host. If you're using write host, you are probably doing it wrong. A couple instances when you might use write host legitimately, but you should start with the assumption that you're not going to. Now, we talked earlier in the day about how these giant tables of text PowerShell shows us are really objects, right? And how PowerShell has a formatting system, including those commandlets, that creates the text tables and lists that we see. PowerShell hates text. It doesn't want to mess with text. It wants to mess with objects. So instead of outputting text, we're going to output objects. And I'll show you why and how. Let's create a new object. You're going to always create a new object of the type PS object. Guess what PS stands for? PowerShell, not product support. It's a blank object. It can contain whatever you want. And so we're going to add some stuff to it. We're going to add note properties. And the first one is going to be called computer name. And the value that we put in there will be whatever our computer name is. And I'm putting this in parentheses because I also want to be able to have entire expressions go in there and just have the result of that expression go into the value. I don't need the parentheses in this particular case, but I like to keep things kind of symmetric. So we had serial number, build number, caption, service pack major version, and address width. So let's call this one BIOS serial. This one will be OS build. This will be OS description. Let's call it OS name. That seems kind of long. This one will be SP version. And this one will be proc type. And then we just replace these. BIOS serial number, OS build number, OS.caption, OS.service pack major version, and OS.proc type. No, that's not what it was. It was proc.address width. And then when we're done, because we want that entire thing to be our output, we do that. Really? How many properties did we create? 1, 2, 3, 6. So are we going to get a table or a list? A list. Here's why you build things this way. Well, let's just do it this way. Get stuff dash computer name server dash R2 pipe 2 export.csv inventory.csv. Because of the structure we built already, we can get computer names from anywhere and get them into our command. Because the command is producing objects, we can take its output and do anything with them. They can go to a CSV file, they can go in a table, they can be converted to HTML, they can be saved as XML, anything we want. We could filter them, sort them, select them, just like we've been doing with the output from every other PowerShell command. By having a command that uses this structure of pipeline or parameter input, and by outputting objects, I don't have to decide today what my output form is. Today it's a CSV. Tomorrow, I just want it in a file. The day after that, I want to convert it to HTML. I don't have to decide. I might just want it in a table. And there it is. 2 columns didn't fit into the display and were removed. So maybe we just let it take the default list form for my gigantic font size here. I can filter out the 32-bit machines if all I want to see is 64. I can filter out based on build number. I can export to whatever I want.
You then type those objects to another type of some other command.
I could pipe these objects to another command, and if
Other than like something like an output.
nope, any command I want to. Any command in the world. So long as it knew to do something with this type of object or one of those property names, absolutely. If I had another command that accepted computer names and maybe rebooted them all, and I wanted to reboot all the 64-bit machines, absolutely. So by outputting objects, you can connect these things. You're making a Lego, and it will plug into all the other Legos. If you are outputting raw text, you're doing it wrong. Always output objects, because then you don't have to decide what the long-term output is supposed to look like. It can change from moment to moment. I mean, this is really what the shell is all about. Now, the next thing we should probably do is consider the situation when an error occurs. Yeah?
Well, that never happens.
Never happens. So, the shell has a built-in variable, which is a configuration setting called error action preference. When a commandlet runs into trouble, it looks to see what this is set to, and that tells it what to do. It's set to continue. Continue means go ahead and display an error message, but keep going if you can. The other option we like to play with is silently continue, which means don't display an error message and keep going if you can. This is the setting you wish your child had. Daddy, I hurt myself. Silently continue.
Is that the marriage one?
Yes. The other option that we're going to look at right now is called stop. Stop means throw a terminating exception and quit going. Because if a terminating exception is created, we can trap it and do something about it. Yeah? So I'm going to keep expanding our little commandlet here. Now, you are going to get out on the big dirty internet, and you are going to see something, and that something is going to look like this. At the top of the script, they put that. I hate this, and I hate people who do it. And here's why. They're putting it here because they anticipate an error, and they don't care about it, and they just want to suppress it so it doesn't mess up the output. But at the same time, they're suppressing all the errors in the world, even the ones about typos and the wrong command, ones you want to see. Do not do this. Instead, when you have a command that you anticipate causing an error, like getWMAObject, wrap it in a try, follow it with a catch, and add -error action stop. That will make that one command blow up, and I can trap the error. And here's what I'm going to do. Continue equals false. Obviously, I don't want to do any of this if I couldn't connect, so I'm only going to do the rest of this if continue is still true. So at this point, what I've done is basically said ignore the error. What might I want to do if a computer failed to connect? Log it. Let's go back up to the thing our users are going to actually use and create a new parameter. And we're just going to make this one mandatory. And it's going to be called log file. In the beginning, just so I get a clean start every time, I want to delete log file. I don't care what was in there before. Now, what will happen if it doesn't exist and I try to delete the file? I'll get an error. Do I even care about that error? No, because mission accomplished, right? Error, action, silently continue. It's okay to suppress one error, not all of them globally. So the other thing I need to do is when I run stuff worker, I need to pass along the log file name. Done. Can I? I could give it a default value. I would do that up in here, and it's another one of these attributes. Yeah.
I'm assuming you can write those onto a centralized location.
Yeah, you can write them wherever you want to. You can write them to the event log if you want to. We have a write event something command.
I see there's a compare command, but I assume you can.
Compare object?
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked at that earlier.
Right, yeah. So you can
Yep.
do some kind of.
You can compare two sets of files. The neat thing about logging them this way is you get one name per line, which we can then turn around and use as re-input right back to our command. So it's like a retry file. So let's try it. Fingers crossed. Cannot process argument transformation on computer name. What did I do wrong? Oh, no. You know why? I probably need to put those in strings because of that comma. Nope. Oops. I don't know why it doesn't like that now. No, it's nothing that simple. I'll have to dive into that. I'll get it working before the end of the day. Yeah, right now that's all I'm going to do. So we're in the pause while it figures out that this isn't going to work. So it didn't work. Now let's see if our errors.txt had the server name in it. Good. Oops. Say that a bit louder, like the try catch. You can use finally also. And you can specify an exception here and have multiple catch blocks for different types of exceptions. Yeah, there's also a trap construct which works a little bit differently. We're not going to get into that today because we don't have 3 hours to talk about that little beast. That was what we had in version 1. It's pretty ugly. This is new with version 2 and me gusta. So error trapping. Any questions? Error trapping, output objects, structure to take your input via parameter or pipeline. You have written a commandlet, mostly. We bundled it into a script module. You can pass it around in email, so long as it's, I should show you this too. You know that import module trick, how I saved it in a particular folder? The reason I did that is because of the environment variable, PS module path. Those are the two places PowerShell looks for modules by default. It is just a plain old environment variable, just like the path environment variable. If you want to put your team's modules on a file server, just add the UNC to the environment variable on your computers, and PowerShell will search that location automatically as well. So that's a pretty cool trick. What else? The last thing we're going to go over today is PowerShell's remoting. Now, I talked about this a little bit in the crash course for those of you who were there, so this will be a little bit of a review. But PowerShell's remoting is built on a product that Microsoft has called WinRM, Windows Remote Management. If you look at the download page for PowerShell 2, it's actually not called PowerShell. It's called the Management Framework Core. And it includes PowerShell, WinRM, and a couple of other things that don't matter to me. WinRM is an HTTP-based communication protocol that Microsoft is moving to in favor of all the old stuff they used to use, like RPCs. WinRM operates over a single predefined port, which can be controlled through group policy. Single port through the firewall, not endpoint mapping, multiple points, blah, blah, blah. WinRM runs as a service, and it acts as a traffic cop. It's capable of receiving messages from many different applications, which are called endpoints. So that one tunnel can serve as your one place for all your remote communications. with your servers. So as Microsoft starts to migrate more and more things to WinRM, we need fewer and fewer ports open. Most applications automatically encrypt whatever goes across the channel. PowerShell does. You can also specify that it use SSL. In a domain environment, it is largely self-configuring. You do not have to issue yourself SSL certificates or anything. The domain handles all that, just magic. All you need to do in PowerShell is enable it. Now you can do that from group policy, or on a machine-by-machine basis, you would simply run enable PS remoting. What do you think you would run to turn it off? Isn't it awesome? Consistent command names. So once that's done, I've already got that running on the other machine, so I will do a one-to-one, sort of an SSH session. Enter, PS session, computer name, give it the name, and there we are. So the prompt changes to let me know I'm on that remote computer. I can run whatever commands. I'm actually running PowerShell on the remote machine. I don't need RDP. I don't have a desktop. I don't have any of that. So if I run Notepad, I'm not going to see it. But I can run whatever command line stuff I want to.
Will the user see Notepad?
The user will not see Notepad because it's running under your credentials, yeah. Windows is inherently a multi-user operating system, so it keeps that segregated.
If you knew they're logged in context, could you push it out?
No, I don't think you could insert a process into their field because you'd be sticking your token on it. You don't have rights to get their token. No. There are ways you can get a process up and running, but this isn't it.
What if you started your PowerShell with their credentials?
If you started PowerShell using their credentials, it would be a separate logon for them on that machine. So they would still not see it. So when you're done, exit PS session gets you home. Now that's cool, but it's still one at a time. It's not nearly as cool as invoking a command on a bunch of computers at the same time. That is what happens, by the way, when you type the name wrong. When you run this, you're going to see a PS computer name property get tacked onto the end. I recommend a slightly smaller font or a bigger screen. That will have the name of the computer that each bit came back from, so you could sort them by that. For example, sort by PS computer name, and then format this as a table. And I'd really only like to see the, let's see, the index and the source. Index and source, I'd like you to auto-size that, supersize it, and group it by PS computer name. The group by creates a new header each time that value changes. So by sorting it on the PS computer name first, I can get a neat little break and have each computer be displayed separately. If you have commandlets that you want to use, but you can't physically install them on your machine because it's the wrong version of Windows, it's fine. Just remote into a machine that does have the commandlets and let it do the work for you. You can still get the results back to your computer where you can sort them or export them to a file or dance on them in the middle of the night or whatever it is you need to do. Speaking of in the middle of the night, any desire to schedule a PowerShell script file to run? Yeah? You're going to schedule PowerShell.exe, give it the -file parameter, and that will tell it what file to run. So you're actually scheduling PowerShell.exe. And then Task Scheduler, of course, lets you apply alternate credentials or whatever you might like. So in our last moments together, I've got a couple more things I want to show you. But I want to make sure that you get a chance for Q&A. So this is a good time to ask me, how do I, or at least can I, fill in the blank with PowerShell?
Can you call PowerShell from VBScript?
Can you call PowerShell from VBScript? Sure. That's kind of heresy, but if it's what you're into.
Well, I was thinking that could be a transitionary period for a lot of people that have EBS scripts to get.
Yeah, I'll actually tell you something else that you want instead. Go up to primaltools.com, that's Sapiens site, and they have a community tools page with all their free stuff. They have a COM object that will accept a PowerShell command string and then give you back the results, which is actually even a little better because you don't have to involve the multiple shell layers that way. I'm sorry, what? Primaltools.com. Oh yeah, GUI. That's the last thing I'm going to show you guys here. I just want to take about 10 minutes out for Q&A.
When we were looking at that example of getting the different processes for services, asking different processes, we were looking at the different parameter types that each of those could accept. As long as you're working within the framework of all the different Microsoft tools, can I count on this degree of internal consistency where I'm not going to get weird surprises by passing something to something else that blows up? Is it only when I stray outside of that and start pulling in from multiple data sources that I really have to worry about these things?
So how likely is it that you're going to connect two commands and the world is going to end? Some Microsoft product teams are dealing with products that have inherently better internal architecture than others. You want my opinion on SharePoint architecture, for example, and it's not a very bright story. And the commandlets reflect that. You know, if you've got a really kind of messed up internal architecture in the first place, the commandlets are only going to fix so much. So what I would say is this. Within a given product, the commandlets are fully interoperable. When you start transiting product lines and borders, you need to be careful and just pay attention to what's binding to what. The core operating system stuff, I think you're fairly safe, although those are all produced by different product teams. So, you know, exercise caution in the beginning. The folks at Microsoft, unfortunately, do not get around the campfire and sing Kumbaya as much as I think they ought. So you do get some discrepancies across product teams, keeping in mind that every single component of Windows, AD, group policy, DNS, DHCP, they're all different product teams. What else? You guys want to see the GUI stuff? Go ahead.
The remote session, so can we use that to run a PowerShell script that's on a remote machine, install something on that?
You could run a PowerShell script, yeah. Instead of the dash command parameter, you can also give it a dash file path and send an entire script to the remote machine to execute. Now, whether or not you can use that to install something depends on the something, but you can certainly use it to run whatever commands you want. Oh, yeah, Xcopy's fine. Yeah, totally. All right, let's do GUI stuff. This is the big flashy ending. All right, close this, and I'm going to close this and let it stop that transcript. PowerShell is built on the .NET framework, which means it has full access to the .NET framework's tools for creating graphical applications. Those two tools in our day and age are called WinForms, which is kind of the old way, and Windows Presentation Foundation, or WPF, which is the new way. PowerShell can use both. I am not going to get Visual Studio out. I am going to use a commercial tool. There's a community edition available called Primal Forms. Now, my version is going to look a little bit different from what you could get today because my version is the new one that's not coming out till later this month. But it's substantially the same, and you'll see. This uses WinForms. You can absolutely do all of this without a tool. It is not worth the time because you have to type a lot of code that this is going to do for me. So let me just walk you through something simple. The big use case I hear for this type of work is I need my users to be able to double-click an executable and do something that I've written commands for. So that's kind of what I'm going to build this out as. Let's do a new form. Because, by the way, this does let you package PowerShell scripts as an executable. It's not compiling. You still need to have PowerShell installed on the target system. It can wrap your script in alternate credentials, though, which is very, very clever. So let's get the toolbox open here. Toolbox, toolbox, toolbox. I don't know where my toolbox is. Database, project, .NET, DBMI. Options. Ah, no, it's over here, isn't it? Panels. There we go. Toolbox. Ha, okay. Properties, pin this open. Let's give my form a name so that there's some kind of clue as to what it's actually going to do. We will give me something simple. Event log entries, like 20 most recent, system or application? Application. Get app log entries. Let's give this a fixed dialog box border. Let's take away the minimize and maximize box. Yeah, I'm getting maximize. There we go. False. Let's resize this a little bit. Create a button, a label, and let's just do a text box for fun, so I'll show you how it works. Let's name this computer name, or not name it that, but let's call it that. We'll set some alignment action, put the text box about over here. Since we're going to refer to that text box to get stuff out of it, we need to give it a name, so I'm just going to call it computer name. And my button we'll put there. We'll call this OK button, and we'll put some text on it to say OK. And resize, resize, resize. Let's have this whole thing start up in the center of the screen. And so now all we need to do is tell it what to do when they click the OK button. So I'm just going to double click that so I can get into here. And if $computer name, because that's what I named my text box, so I'll be able to refer to it from that variable, does not equal, whoops, if it's text does not equal an empty string, then we will go ahead and say get event log, log name application from the computer name in computer name dot text, and this is my piece de resistance out grid view. Oops, grid view. So not a lot of programming on my part. This is doing an awful lot of stuff under the hood. So let's just save this little project as thing and then run it. Computer name, server-r2. Boom. And so this out grid view is a built-in GUI output form that's part of PowerShell. Provided you have the PowerShell ISE, the graphical editor, installed, then out grid view will work. They both have a dependency on version 3.5 of the .NET framework. The rest of PowerShell is happy with version 2. But the neat part about this is you can do the little click on column to sort, and you can click this add criteria to filter, so it will reduce the number of rows, and you can play with this whole thing interactively without going back and rewriting your command and everything else. So it's a neat thing to surface to an end user. It gives me a way of giving them graphical output without me actually having to do any work, which I'm a big fan of. So, you know, all I really did there is drag and drop a few things around. I made sure that they had an appropriate name so that I could access them. And then in my code, I just ran normal PowerShell commands. And whatever they did, they did. So now that that works, I could package it as an executable, maybe wrap some alternate credentials around it so the user can do something with this interface that they wouldn't normally have permission to do. And then I can use my interface to control what that is and everything else. So it's definitely a really useful trick. I'll show you what this winds up looking like. So let's export this to a PowerShell script on the clipboard. Now, if you thought what I was typing earlier was ugly, This is all the work that goes into actually creating that GUI. This is what you could be perfectly happy typing yourself. But I believe that tool costs about $100, $150. And yeah, done. In fact, somebody pointed out, when I asked Sapien to send these, I didn't know they'd do it, but there's a CD in there that's got a trial of the old version of this tool. I know right now if you buy the old version, you're going to get the new one for free. They've announced that. And there's a coupon on the back. What's the coupon for? Like 20% off or something? Yeah. So definitely worth looking into if you think this is a tool you might like. How many of you have ever done HTAs? Yeah, this is our HTA now. It's actually a lot more robust because you've got the entire Windows Forms library to draw on, not just the simple HTML components. So you can make a real Windows app, sort of. I mean, you're not going to write Word, but you can do some pretty solid stuff.
And you said that they have to have PowerShell configured.
PowerShell has to be on the target machine in order for this script to work. Even if you package it, all you're doing is putting an executable wrapper around it. But PowerShell is there by default in Windows 7. I like to refer to Windows 7 as the best, most expensive MSI package for PowerShell that has ever been created. Big reason to sort of accelerate that Windows 7 deployment because it does get you PowerShell everywhere.
How does the PowerShell security affect that type of app?
PowerShell security absolutely affects this script. If you've got your PowerShell security set to all signed, you are going to have to sign this in order for it to run. That said, it does in here somewhere, right there. So you go into the options and you configure it with what certificate to use, and then that button lights up and you can sign the script right there.
I noticed that the output window, the grid view, had your command line, your script.
Yeah.
Show it up and you change it so that doesn't show.
Can you change that status on the grid? I don't know. I know how I'd find out, though. How would you find out? Go to the help. Out grid view. No. You can give it a dash title, but that's just the title bar of it. So that status bar is probably hard-coded. What else? You can take all those functions we wrote and paste them as is into one of those graphical scripts and then use those from within the script itself. They just become part of it. Obviously, if that was a module someplace, then your graphical script could also just import that module. Let's real briefly look at some of the stuff that does come with Windows Server 2008 R2 in terms of these modules. And you guys can ask me about anything that you think is missing, because I don't have every single role installed on this. I've got a lot of them. I don't have them all. Active Directory is what it is. We know that one. ADRMS is for Rights Management Service. There are actually two. That one is just going to get ADRMS installed and configured. Once that happens, you get another module for managing ADRMS. App Locker. Everybody know what App Locker is? Anybody not know what App Locker is? App Locker is basically designed to let you inventory the applications that your users run with the idea of creating a whitelist. And then you flip a switch, and only those applications are allowed to run from then on. It's a great way to lock out malware, because if it's not on the list, it don't run. The problem with, we've always had that in software restriction policies. The problem is it's always been such an annoying task to try and inventory them all. Well, App Locker and these commandlets can help you create that inventory. Best practices is the best practices analyzer, the BPA. So it has built-in BPA models for all the server roles, and Microsoft can distribute new BPA models with other products like Exchange. And you run a model and get a report to see how compliant you are with that model. So like if you have SQL Server installed on a domain controller, you'll get a warning in part of your output. Bits transfer lets you control background intelligent transfer service. Group policy, say no more. You can crack open a GPO and modify things down to the setting level. PS Diagnostics, useless. Server Manager, add, remove, and inventory server roles and features. Troubleshooting pack. How are you guys in Windows 7? How many of you have at least a little bit of Windows 7 deployed? Have you seen the troubleshooting packs? Like something goes wrong. Next time you're at home on your Windows 7 machine, unplug your network cable. And you'll get the little pop-up, no longer connected, click here to troubleshoot. Click it. And it launches a wizard. But that wizard is actually built on PowerShell. You could remote into that machine and run the troubleshooting pack from the command line without the user's knowledge. Yeah, networking is probably the only one you can't do that way. But Windows 7 comes with about 24 troubleshooting packs. And other products can install more of them. So you always have the option to go in and troubleshoot power, display, screensaver, all these other things. Office has a troubleshooting pack now. Web administration is the IIS stuff. So that's where all the IIS administration happens. We don't have DNS, we don't have DHCP yet. Sorry.
Is the best practices one a default module or is that?
No, BPA is always on server R2. That you don't need to install a particular role for that. AppLocker is also a default.
If you use that tool that you were showing earlier, did it just pick up these modules? Did it pick up others if you install?
When I ran get module, it actually went to those two predefined locations in the PS module path, and it listed what was there. So it will list whatever happens to be installed. Yeah, it reads that same. Actually, it doesn't. PowerShell does. Primal Forms asks PowerShell for the list.
So if you install the SharePoint,
Whatever you've installed, PowerShell will find it. Yep. And then any tools that ask PowerShell to find it will know about it as well. What else?
Power GUI,
What about Power GUI?
any comments?
I like it. It's free. So powergui.org, there's a commercial version of it, but the base one is free. It's a great editor. I don't know that I'm a huge fan of let's wrap a giant GUI on top of PowerShell because that kind of defeats the purpose. But it's a great editor, and I do like the editor. It's a decent way to get started with the shell because they've got all these power packs that let you kind of wizard your way through things, and then it produces a PowerShell script that does that thing for you. So it's a decent little learning crutch as you get started. I think the result comes out a little bit more looking like a program script than I would usually put together on my own to do that same thing, but you know, whatever, if it works. It's free. I like free. Which editor would I use? You know, I don't work in a production environment where I'm constrained by having to pick one either. I mean, being who I am and what I do, I get them all for free. And I kind of have an obligation to keep up with all the latest versions, so I tend to hop around back and forth a lot. They all have free trials, and you should really try them all. The only thing I think that pushes me towards PrimalScript is, and I do tend to use it more than the others, is because I still do a lot of work in VBScript, and it supports like 30 or 40 different scripting languages. So I can switch back and forth between VBScript and PowerShell and even C#, and I keep all my same keyboard shortcuts and everything else, so it's consistent for me. But I think it's that multiple language support that pushes me there. So, and I'll probably need that for another couple years at least. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. I stopped that transcript, and I'm going to close this, and I'm going to say stop recording.